What's up? Happy Monday. What will the day bring? Question of the day. Yeah, that's an important point I'm going to make here in a minute. First off, we do have a gap fill at the upside. We have support down below on NQ. Let me get my stuff open here. Think about taking a long. I would like 950 bounce a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to take a starter. I'm going to take some starters long here and try to play the gap fill. Where is that? 146. All right. All right, I'm long down here. We're looking for this. What are you guys up to? How's it going? What's up, Bullish Bear? Jarrett? Frazzy? So I'm just now getting to the chat. Send you the penny. I think Matthew was in here. Maria, Cameron. I gotta make sure and send this to everybody. All right, we're up almost 100 points already. You guys awake? My average is 977, actually. I didn't get my last fill. So we're going to take a trim at 100 points. Come on, give me that 100-point trade to start the day. You guys aren't even awake yet. Come on, give me that order filled. 100 points. Oh, it was close. What's up, Jarrett? Should I take my trim here? No, I want 100 points. You guys, how's it been going? We're family down here starting to pass around the old sickness stuff. Just send this link over to. Oh, I've got an update for you guys on Vest too. You've had 3 colds in 2 months. I feel that, dude. Last year and the year before, that's how it was like 3 months where we just like pass it around. Like each one of us gets sick, like a different time. And for whatever reason, we haven't really been sick much. And then this year, like 2 weeks ago, all 3 of my kids have gotten it at some point or another. Come on, pop it up. Give me my 100-point trim. NVIDIA's strong here. NVIDIA really strong. Am I cutting in and out, or is it just my brain? I haven't heard anything from B Trades. I have no idea. I hope he's okay. MRSA infections because of surgery. Dang, hate to hear that. But hey, you're crushing it. Gabriel's crushing it right now. I keep seeing your updates. There we go. 100-point. There we go. 100-point gain, halfway to target, basically. 140s is the target. Gap fill. Inside your brain is the drug. No drugs over here. Nicotine, coffee, and alcohol. That's all I got. And right now, no alcohol. Here, you guys want to see this? I'm trying to get used to Tradify. Where are my two entries right here? Yeah, missed the open, McGuire. I don't know if everyone else is. I got it. I had support down there in the 950s, sweep under the 25K. Also, somebody would say, probably like Jordan or somebody in that system would say this was sweep under London low, even though it's still London. And the gap fill, as you can see, is right here. So my average was 977 since I trimmed. Obviously, you see the average went back down to this where this buy is. So I'm just going to leave this here. 160 points total is what I'm looking for. Got to trim at 100. What's up, monkey tree? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Pump it. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. I'm gonna move my stop up here a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, Microsoft, Nvidia, Robinhood. I'm seeing all strong. Come on, give me that. Give it to me. Full. I didn't even have my light turned on yet. Like a light. Come on. Come on. Yeah. That 892 just fit there. Full profit. I'm out. GG's. All right, now what? It's a hell of a morning right there. Oh my gosh. $2,500 just off the rip. Nvidia ripping. Everybody just like sleep in this morning. A little too much Puerto Rican rum last night. Oh, I don't know if the move is done here, but I do I got the gap fill I wanted. You can see that right on my edge fill indicator right here, this blue line. And you see the candle lighting up orange right here. NDX, good point, has not filled the gap. So you could stay in the trade if you want. I got what I wanted out of it. I saw ES and SPX also filled their gaps right there. Did I place any bets last night? All right, I'm catching up here. I was just looking around. Let me get Tradify back on my other tab here so I can look at both at the same time. Beautiful, beautiful. What a beautiful start to the week. NVO. I'm going to catch up with the chat now. NVO, who knows what's going to happen with the way healthcare is going, this narrative with Trump and Trump RX, and then there's, we've got people suing each other. Hims is dad. That's it. The only thing I know in this space is Hims is dad. I mean, where does Hims even stop at this point? Hims getting sued and they pulled all of their weight loss medication. MVO, I feel like I like MVO, but I don't like what the chart just did. So I don't know. I think I would rather go with like Lily or something like that if I was gonna do one of those. Let me see where we're at on the daily here, and we'll catch up with the chat. What's up, Frankie?
Good morning.
It's been a great morning. I hit
you buy that dip?
Yeah, I was long 977 average, made 2,500 for the gap fill, and I made good money last night too.
On that short, yeah. That was
nice. Fading it. I was texting you about it, so I don't know if I just buy another account and mess around today or what. NDX, I feel like we go another 120, 130 points higher, hit that daily 9. That would make the most sense to me on the NASDAQ. Just looking at the daily, SPX is right back in the same like upper range, so no real read over there. You have support below you if it comes down. I didn't do any bets last night. I saw somebody asking, was that Miami? I told you guys on Friday Seahawks by $1 billion, but when I looked at the line, it was like what, minus 220 or something like that. I don't know. I know Frankie threw on some for fun bets, but I couldn't find any bets I really liked. I knew it was going to be a defensive struggle, and I knew the Seahawks were going to dominate them. I couldn't find any good value on the bets, though. Paco, I enjoyed the halftime show. I thought it was a great show. there was like a sound issue, obviously, like something was off with like his mic, I guess, but the theatrics of the show itself I thought were beautiful. Beautiful representation of Puerto Rico, unity, love, all those good things. Nothing like what people told you it was going to be, but either way. SPY, let's take a look at the SPY chart. I usually look at SPX, but SPY, same thing here. SPY, you're probably looking at testing previous day high. Then you find out if it breaks out from there or if it rejects. That's at 692.30. You held basically the open and the lows. You held the daily 9 and 21. You're back above the 20 simple. So SPY looks fine there. Looks pretty decent, honestly. I would think you take previous session high and then maybe you get a push above that. But I think that's where you're going to test. And if it like does a look above and fell, then you know what you've got. But to me, it looks like tech's going to, do well today. Nvidia's up 4%, just screaming higher here. I mean, the way Nvidia looks like it's going to start running. Look at your daily. So this 195 to 200 was the target area for Nvidia, and it's failed multiple times right here at 192. I think this blasts through. So you probably pause at 195, do something like that. But I think Nvidia is going to 200. Who else was strong? I saw Microsoft was pretty strong out of the gate. Yeah, Microsoft's tapped into a gap area, but didn't get continuation just yet. Broadcom very strong again today. Biggest beneficiary of all that Google CapEx spend. And then your other ones, I mean, Amazon not doing well. Frank, are you still short Apple? That was a beautiful call if you held that.
I sold them this morning. I had some runners that I sold this morning. I'm also I bought Palantir 145 at 205 this morning. I'm selling them at 305, 340. I'm all over the map here trying to get things under control.
So if you want a long Denmark. What's up, Nate? I saw Money Tree. I hit yours. T Jizzle, I see you in here in the chat. What's up, Dom? Long, looking for 346. I hate that. We need to hold. So we got the gap fill. We rejected that 180. The way that I see this in the bigger picture, as long as we hold above like 45, we probably are going back to the overnight highs. I have a lot of levels. That 220 was a big area. That's kind of what I was looking at last night. Once, we got short, the halfback was 294, but pushed above that a little bit. I got short 320s last night, and then once it fell 220, I was able to get a nice move for the gap fill. The gap fill basically finally happened when I was asleep, but I remember I saw it at like 1:30 my time. We're kind of in this in-between right now, and this is kind of what the point I wanted to hit on a little bit earlier that I said I was going to come back to. So just from a normal market like structure type of thing, or I guess price action type of thing. So you went down, consolidated, then you sold hard 3 days in a row, and then you got the big whip back day on Friday. All right. Is there news? Like, not really news, but there's a lot of information kind of floating around. People are trying to figure out these Mag 7 earnings a little bit. But my point would be, You go down hard 3 days in a row and bounce back basically to the middle of that, just above the middle of that. Today could be very unpredictable, very like choppy. So like I knew on Edgeful that I had the gap fill data in my favor, but outside of that, I can see a push back down kind of even to the midpoint of yesterday or Friday, and I can also see a push up a little bit higher to kind of recover back into the back test area. On NQ, let's see. Yeah, this is the half back of the entire range, and if we go back to the little sell off, that was a golden retrace perfectly there at the high. I think you could draw this either direction here. So yeah, last night that 346 was golden retrace of the kind of the selling that we had from Tuesday to Friday morning or overnight Thursday. So I would say you need to hold 920s on the lower end, 130s, really from 220 to like 950. This is going to be your trap zone. So you're here. I got too many. Oh, gross. I got way too many lines on here. But I would say your trap zone is basically this right here. This, we'll call it your trap zone. The reason I'm calling it trap zone is because, once again, 3 days selling, 1 day back up, above and below. Like this is going to be the, like a lot of people will say choppy, and they think choppy is like, I'm saying it more in like the indecisive, like trying to figure out which direction it wants to go next. So that's why I'm calling this a trap zone, because I think above this, and the thing is, it can peak above this and come back here, and it could really even peak below it and come back here. Honestly, I underneath here, I think is worse than over here. Up here and coming back into it would make more sense. Lose this, and I think it might get a little bit more ugly. We could really go down to 920s, but does that make sense, guys? Like, you have 3 hard selling days in a row, then you have a huge rebound day right back like to the middle of the selling. I mean, it's a bull market. Shorts are covering. There's not really anything to kind of worry about. There is data coming that we're hearing some rumblings that it could be rough. But three big down days, 1 big up day. I think your highest probability is either kind of a range day, an inside type of day, or a look above and fell type of day. So like I think I would err to the upside. But we'll see what price action does here on this Monday. Just now going to get that first 30 minutes out of the market here. But I don't mind that, Dom, that look for that overnight, that Asia high, overnight highs. Go take out Friday's high here during RTH. I haven't heard one single dang. I haven't heard one single thing on the squawker. All I hear is my kids. Wolf should have a theme. If you could only invest in one company in your country, which one would it be? That's an interesting. I'll have to think on that a little bit, McGuire, because like each what's it called? Each I mean, there's so many in the U.S. That would almost be easier for like ex-U.S. companies. Like, what's your favorite Latin American stock? Your favorite German, English, whatever, French, Asian, like Taiwan. There's this robotics company in Taiwan a lot of people are talking about. Got early assigned BM&R this morning. I now want to jump off a cliff. Uh-oh. What is BM&R? Is crypto, so like that's another gauge, like if crypto is not, crypto looks like it could roll back over. Oh, Ethereum looks really bad. Dude, all that dip in yeah, I need to do more I need to do more research. I say everyone, Boris, but it's not everyone. It's still kind of unknown. What's up, ProFast? Maybe a good day to sell some options. How many of you guys have tried out the vest? So I'll tell you what, I was shocked. I'm about to make a post on this. I passed the challenge on Vest and took another, like, got funded or whatever. Took another trade, made $1,000, and so it was like I passed it on Thursday night. Took another trade Thursday night into Friday, made $1,000. Friday night, I transferred $922 out of there straight to my account, straight to my Robinhood. Actually, it was crazy. So like, I know there was some, like, it's weird trying to figure out like the perps a little bit, especially if you've never done it. I remember it a little bit from like, I used to trade a lot of crypto back in the day too, the FTX days or whatever. Shout out to that rug pull. So I kind of remember trading perps and stuff, even though it was more on crypto. But if you get a directional move, it works out nicely. But what I was shocked about was like I passed the account that night, got my funded account, like passed the eval, got my funded account, made $1,000, and that same day was able to take a payout from it. And within minutes, it was in my Robinhood account. I'm gonna make a post here in a second. I'll show you guys. Let me tweet out these stats here real fast. Gap fill. I almost wouldn't even talk about the gap fill stats that much because I know them so like by the back of my hand at this point, even though they change like a little bit here and there. But boy, here comes new highs. 220s is the next area of resistance I have. And if you go back a few days, you remember this 220s where I took some longs a couple times actually. If you guys were around, I remember some of you guys were here. Decimal, I think it'll be interesting, but we hit my target exactly. I think this thing could go all the way back to 85 from here, and then it rolls back over, and then you find out what it's made out of. Big buys here. We're pushing to new highs. What time do you think NVIDIA goes? I have no idea. I think NVIDIA is a swing trade. There's new highs right there. 200 hit. If we can hit 220s and then come back down to this like 150, 180 area, I think you can take the long for the IB. But there's a lot of size on the diamond sells today. Somebody filled like 900 lots earlier, and now there's like 50 lots right and left. Yeah, so the slipping, that's a good question, Maria. So what I was doing was like, okay, I was like, I'm pretty confident in this like directional move here. So I just started like legging my way in like I would on almost like a futures trade. And then I was just like, I went to like the little TP stop loss thing so I could put in like some parameters there. And then I was just watching like, it's going to take a little while for me to figure out the sizing on it beyond that, but here, let me open this up. Let me see what this. But yeah, I'm gonna have to try to figure out the sizing and the leverage and all that. But at the same time, like, I think it's one of those where like You just get in on trends and ride trends. That seems to be the recipe for Vest. I think you hit 220 here and you reject back down, and then you could long that dip for the IB. It's like 180 down to 150. So if you reject like up here, you pull back 20 minutes, you have the IB. So maybe you get one more little push, upper wick, maybe even a scalp back down. You could probably scalp it if you wanted to. I would rather just wait and buy the dip for the IB breakout. That seems to be the best course of action here. Yeah, I think the hardest thing with Vest is like it's not like futures or like the numbers are different. Like the Vanquish, so like I really like Vanquish. The Vest, I'm still like the thing I loved about Vest was like I made money in a funded account and it was my money already. There wasn't like trading for 5 days or make 4 days of this or consistency and all this stuff. It was literally just, hey, you're funded, you made money, it's yours. ProFast came in late, still made $400. Let's go. 2 micros in a dream. I thought it was 3 in a dream. What are you doing? Yeah, I think the limit orders, maybe this is what it is, Jarrett. I mean, I kind of like worked my way into the position and then set like take profits and stuff. So like I'm still trying to figure it out. But like just for directional trades, especially like if it's a obvious like rebound or trend, you know, I think you just get in somewhere and then you go. That's what's crazy, ProFast. I didn't even realize it. So here, I'm gonna make this post and I'll show you guys. The thing that was crazy to me was I literally was like Thursday into Friday. Friday, I was closing out my position and I was up over $1,000. And then I was like, that evening, I was like looking at it and I was like, wait. And I was just sitting around Friday evening and I was like, hey, wait, I can already withdraw this. So I took it out of my funded account and it puts it into your wallet on Vest. And so you can like leave it there. Or you can or after you do that, then you can leave it in Vest or you can transfer. So I sent it to my Robinhood account and within 15 minutes or so, I had $922 or whatever in my Robinhood account. MVO has a headline that the Wegovy app is false or misleading, apparently. But Profess, so what I did was, you know, I'm trying to make a post here, but what I did was I took 1,000 out of my funded account and it put it into my personal wallet on Vest that they create for free for you when you sign up. And then I just sent the money from there to Robinhood on the Ethereum network. And it came in as USDC. And full disclosure, I sold the USDC and I just have that extra cash in my Robinhood account now to invest in whatever I want. So that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, dude, I just sent the money. Yeah, I didn't. Well, the thing is, I didn't really care about the fees. I mean, $1,000, and they got profit split or whatever. I don't know how much it charged me to move that money. But I mean, an ACH or wire costs you $20 from a futures prop firm, so it didn't seem that different. Short hymns. Just open a Vest account. Code Wolf. Let's go. Yeah, Code Wolf. I think still gives you 50% off. Here comes yesterday's high. SPY is almost there. SPY, your target's still previous day's high. QQQ is there right now. So careful here. This is where I think NQ probably rejects. So the best case scenario would be reject here, previous day's high, like sweep it, come back down to like 180, and play long for the IB. SPY still hasn't got to previous day high. There it is right there. Hold on, let me get this post. All right, here it is, guys. So here's what I told you guys. Here's this. That was the 90-10 profit split. Withdrawal. And then USDC, this is in Robinhood. And then this is Friday night. Incredible. I mean, if you figure out the trading on there a little bit with the perps and stuff, boy. I do think you reject right here, though. All right. Previous day's highs taken. So I still think the path here is a pullback for the next 10 minutes, and then you look to get long to break this high for the IB data. You're a little overextended here. Obviously, you just ran up, you know what, from 960s to 230s. Boy, we're just pushing. Dang, I was I was long forever ago. Could have held some runners. All good though. I mean, over this it's back to 294, and then it's 360s, and there's a gap fill actually at 444. I mean, overall, the next target upside is like 500. I just don't know if we're going to get there today. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not shorting this. You want it today? 500 today? All the Bears are still asleep after the game last night. All right. So the question is now, what do we do next? I mean, for me, I got no trade right here still. The good news is you're going to pull back and hold something. Maybe go sideways for 15, 20 minutes. Let the EMAs catch up. Then you have a long to take out IB high. Barbershop. Yeah, I do 5 minute over here for like a picture of the price action, but for like kind of what's actually happening, I look at the 15 minute. I combine 5 and 15. Some people are, 10 and 2 or 3 and 2. Some people use the 1 minute, whatever, all that stuff. I look at 5 minute, 15 minute, and then I go up to like, hourly, 4 hour, daily. This could be a tested Friday's highs. If we push above and fail back under today, in the short term, we could do this. But if we do something like this and come back down and just do like this, that's probably the most expected thing for today. At least we don't have inside day. We have a strong NVIDIA. Let's take a look around some of these, first little bit. So Tesla's strong. NVIDIA, it's up here in the same resistance spot, but it's strong. Netflix got wrecked on the open. Microsoft's still very strong, pushing highs. Meta's not doing anything. Google's decently strong here on the 15-minute chart. Broadcom's still fine, above, previous day's highs after a run it's been. Amazon needs some more love, maybe. And Apple's struggling. What else is going on in the market? Let's look at sectors. XLF, so banks just now hitting, coming back to green on the day. XLE not doing much. So this is very tech led, which I think is honestly a good thing in the bigger scheme. Here's your pullback I was talking about. So my thoughts would be pull back to this area and then long to take out the IV high. So something like this and then like this. You could try to short it here, but back to 180 or 150. Probably 180 is probably your best bet. No, this 200 held a lot last night. If you look left, when I was watching it last night, this 200 area, let's see, it's right here. This is the 200 area. It was holding, it broke, and then it started rejecting. 220 is kind of the main level I have here. 180 was a previous low. So this is the box that you need to hold with maybe a test of Friday's close. That's my thoughts. Yeah, so most strats, algo strats are probably looking at the same thing, Tommy. Microsoft 30-minute looks bullish now. What's Hood doing? Yeah, I talked about Hood on Friday. The hold of this golden retrace right at the low, even though we undercut it, caught this and went like this. That's nice. And I said, you get back over 85, you probably test the MA9, maybe even to 90, 92. You get through that. I think this is your target right here. A little gap fill and stuff. But you kind of need crypto to, which I think it will, but you kind of need crypto to cooperate there. But I think you're going to get back to like that 92 area. You may get some initial resistance here at the daily 9. Speaking of, there's the 180, the 9 EMA. It's a little too quick to pull the trigger for me right now, but I think you probably could. I'm not going to do it. This is a very I see this conversation you guys are having. So here, let me back up a little bit. So let me get back in the chat here just a little bit. When you say 300 a day, like you mean $300 a day or points, or I'm not sure what the 300 a day you're talking about, but win rate is an interesting discussion. So, and I see this like, yeah, a lot of traders like their win rate, but the win rate is, so here's the thing. I could have, let's just use some easy numbers here. Let's say I take 4 trades and I win 2 of them and I lose 2 of them. But if I lose 2 of them and I lose, let's say 30 points on NQ, but I win 2 of them at 80 points, you see the difference? Or like I could even use easier numbers. Let's say I lose 50 points twice, but I make 100 points twice. So I net long 100 points, but I only won 50% of the time. But I made 100 points total on NQ. Like just easy numbers. Let's say you won 1 contract. Just make it easy. Say I take 4 trades. I lose 2 of them and I win 2 of them. But the 2 that I win are an average of 100 points. The two that I lose are an average of 50 points. So even though my win rate's 50%, based on my risk reward of each trade, I made 100 points, right? And everyone trades a little bit differently. So like I know some people that literally have a 35% win rate, but their wins are, 2-1, 3-1. They're playing bigger ranges compared to what they lose. And then I know other people that have a win rate of like 70%, but their wins are all really small, and they take one big loss and they could be unprofitable. It's like the win rate and the win rate thing is a very misleading stat. Like let me look at like my accounts, 65% on one account, 53%. I have a 53% win rate on like my biggest account right now. And I haven't had a red day all month. Or you guys want me to show you, or I'll show you this. I'll show you that 180 might have been the long, by the way. Let me just show you guys this real fast, just for you guys here. All right. So here's one of my accounts, total profit and loss. You see up here. Here's my win rate, 53%, 1.76. So my average win loss. But look at the, here, look at the stats. And this was one of the shorts I took last night. But you see this? My win rate's 53%, but I'm up 11,000 this month on this account. So you see how a win rate can mean anything? So don't fall into the trap of like my win rate's this or my profit factor is this or that. It's 90% of it's risk management. Basic math will tell you, how some of that plays out. Yeah, so here's the put that on the screen. Why is that not going on the screen? I'm trying to put the comments on the screen. What's going on? There we go. Don't lose big is key. So like, surely you guys have heard this at some point. So like, you want to try to, you win big, you win small, you lose small. You do those three things, you're going to be profitable. It's the big losses that if you figure out how to eliminate and avoid the big losses, it'll keep you in the game, and then you'll start finding the consistency. And my biggest struggle, it was this right here. I hate losing more than I even like winning. I'm a hugely competitive person, and from my sports background and everything, it is really hard for me to accept I'm wrong in a trade. And I've gotten better. IWM is ripping faces right now, by the way. But yeah, you have to learn to lose. The most successful traders I know are really good at losing, not winning. Really good at losing. Going on tilt, big losses, oversizing, all of that. So Somebody said I'm a favorite trade right now. So I did mention, here, let's go to the 5-minute chart here. I had mentioned you reject here. 180 is the buy spot. And you go try to take the IV high. And you go to 290s. So if you started scaling in, which I'm having such a good day, I have no reason to like put on a whole lot of risk, but if it would have come down here, I probably would have done it because it's just a little bit more room. But right there, take your starters at 180, you're already up 40, 50 plus points. And you know the IB stat should take us up there and break. Yeah, Data J, I like the way you're approaching it. Yeah, and this is a great way to do it right here. Like some people just literally risk dollar amount. Just say, look, I'll risk 250 per trade. I know I can like if you have, you know, what, 3,000 drawdown on an account and you risk, you know, 250 per trade or 500 per trade, then you can say, hey, look, I can be wrong like 6-7 times in a row and not blow my account. If you're wrong 6-7 times in a row, you need to look at your strategy and your probabilities. And I know my probabilities and there's IB high taken. Well, that played out basically exactly how I thought it would. Pull back to the 180 area, go take the IB high. Just speak it into existence. Now you're looking for, if you push through here, you're looking for 295 to 320. IWM is screaming higher. Where are we at on the daily? Daily 9 on NDX is 235. Currently at 170. So about 65 points higher. So that's that 310 area again. So I think that's probably your most likely target above here. But your IB stuff played out. ES is almost at overnight highs right now. Boy. Interesting. Palantir having a good day too, huh? Broadcom's probably the one that looks best to me across the big tech names. Amazon trying to recover a bit, that'll help. Google's stuck here, but if Google gets through, this is going to be upper wicks that has. If that gets through, you get a little bump. Meta's hitting VWAP from the underside, trying to curl. Tesla's at pre-market highs again. Microsoft's a high and tight flag. Broadcom looks like it's going to push. There goes SPY. Sometimes you just speak stuff into existence, huh? Yeah. I mean, I'm not even in it. I covered all of, all my long. I took from, 977 to 160. I'm not a part of this trade, but I'm having a great day. I didn't need to put on the risk, but it played out exactly how I was trying to read it, which is probably, something maybe people should do more of. Hey, what do you think? They tell you not to predict price action or whatever, but I don't know. I guess I'm pretty decent at predicting it, but I try to look at the scenario, what's probably going to play out, what levels are going to hit, what does it look like? Even if I don't take the trade, I still analyze it. Like if I would have taken that trade, I'd be up an extra almost 100 points right here. All right, I'll catch up with the chat. What do you guys want me to trade on best? Maybe like take a Bitcoin trade or something. I mean, I could take a small. Yeah, what trade? What trade do you want me to try to take? Shorting hymns. Oh, shout out Nate, super chat. I just saw it. What's up, Nate? Let's just get the 25,500 out of the way today. Wouldn't that be great? Especially if you're still holding long. I mean, so I know I have 1,000 lines here. Here, let me just I'll just go to this other NQ. So this is the continuous contract, because one of the other reasons I chart on just the current contract is so I can go do stuff like this. Here's your full range, right? 25,543 is two things. One, it's your golden retrace. Here's your move down. Last night we rejected right at the halfback, you see? Right at the halfback. We came back to the 382 fib. Basically held that. I mean, we kind of bumped through it, which with volatility, whatever, it's going to happen. I bet if you go to even a, higher time frame, it probably, yeah, look at this, 4 hour timeline held it perfectly. But anyway, back to the 15-minute timeline. So if you see, this is your golden retrace, 25,543. It's also, this is your IB extension. So based on the IB range, which is a pretty big range, your half standard deviation of that, or half, so basically half of your IB takes you to this level, and a full move. So if you take this range and you make that same range move higher, it's in that area. Now, do we get there today? I don't know if we get there today, but that's some confluence to look for as the next up target, especially if you get over, I think if you get over this right here. So we'll call it 320. I have a lot of levels up here because this halfback's right here. The 310 is right where that daily 9 is over on NDX. And then 360 was a pretty key level recently, as you can see right here, 360 area. So you see all the, the support here. Here's 360 again right here. Here's a lot of consolidation. So 360 is definitely something else to watch. Shout out to Nate for the super chat. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. Over 170 of you in here hanging out with me on this Monday morning. Hopefully making money in the markets. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. Give it a like. Tell a friend. Be a friend. Tell a friend. It's like, hey, I hang out with these guys and the rest of the crew. Hey, Frankie's hanging out with me this morning. Will was going to come on. I think Will had a couple of calls or meetings he had to be a part of. But we'll see if he stops by at some point today. And then Jordan, Casey, and the rest of the crew will all be on this afternoon as usual. Sorry, still catching up. When I get a chance, let me catch up with the chat here, guys. I'll go one by one as we go through it. I've got my eye on the other screen here. I'll call out anything that's crazy. Obviously, I have news squawk in my ears. Any big news? Chevron looks good. It's a little overextended just currently, but I mean, this is a weekly. You said monthly, so we'll go to. I'm not a big monthly chart guy, but this is a beautiful chart structure for monthly. You kind of have a little curl and you have a solid base. You kind of have a little downtrend that's like getting broken to the upside. And look, all these moving averages on the monthly converging together and pushing. I mean, this is, I'm sure Casey's probably got a squeeze on this thing just from looking at it. Weekly, obviously, it made a big move on the weekly. You have targets to go take from back 2022, the 189, 190. You're hitting this high right now, but I would think these next couple highs are coming into play. Only problem I have is if you look at the daily, it has made a crazy move here. I think you need this to like come into the 9 EMA. So like the 9 EMA does like this right here. Price action gets back into it. An aggressive trade would let you get in there. A better trade might even be a little bit lower. Maybe you kind of have to see what these EMAs do and the daily 20, but that's probably where I would, yeah, maybe this 174 from these highs here. That's what I would do on CVX. Or, I mean, if you're looking at a monthly time frame and you're not like trading options really on it, or if you're, you know, it's probably not a good idea to buy leaps up here at this point. But if you're just getting into Chevron, or you buy some time on the contracts, I would still wait for some type of little pullback type of day. You know, kind of like you had on this day. You may not get, I mean, it may do this and then you're buying it here, but at least it's less overextended. Your RSI, tough to buy RSI at, you know, upper 70s, but to your point, it's still a multi-monthly breakout. Still strong. Remember, I don't know if you guys heard me earlier when I said there's somebody bought like 900 contracts down here earlier. It's a really big order, and then there's a lot of other, you know, pretty decent sized orders filling today. All right, let me catch up here. It is, so this is an interesting point. That's the biggest thing, being sure of yourself that you can actually take the trade and follow through. Yeah, you know, I actively kind of like monitor my trades in case something changes that like can change my thesis. But in general, like your entry and your destination should have kind of a set, like, hey, this is what, you know, my analysis says is going to happen. This is where I'm wrong. And kind of like, you know, I think too many people put on too much risk to where they can't like fully let like a bigger picture trade play out because they've put too much risk for like the shorter term. Like if somebody today is like, hey, I definitely think that NQ is going to, you know, 320s or 360, but you get like long here, like, yeah, your thesis may be right, but you know, it may have to come back down here first to do that, or it may not happen till tomorrow. So I think you have to go like from big picture to small picture and kind of think about your entries and where your risk is. And, you know, and if you're not really wrong on your trade until it's like under this or like down here, I mean, that's a lot to risk. So you have to be able to risk that much to make this much. What's your risk reward? Or if you think we're going up here to 500, you're okay, well, I think we're going to go up 250 points, but do you want to risk more than 250 points to the downside? And if you do, you have to say, okay, well, I need to put on, you know, 1 MNQ, or, you know, I need to go real small. The video is curling up on the 5 minute. All right, catching up chat. NVIDIA GLW flying 75. Hey, look, let me just do the Bitcoin analysis here. Just from like the fib perspective I have, you bounced right off of this. Now you may have to come back down to 65, 64, maybe even 62.8. But I think you're going to at least backtest this previous level at 74. You do have to watch this daily 9 coming down here. So you have to watch out for this daily 9 because that's been tough on us. Getting another pop on NQ over there. But you have to watch this. But this consolidation, if you get like a wick down, 74,420 would be my next target. And then I'd be looking for these and for this high. But from the fib perspective, I think you hit here, you usually come back to here. And if you get through here, then you usually come back to here. It's just normally what happens. I would not be surprised to see Bitcoin make it over this and get back up into here. And then everybody thinks we're back. Oh, we're so back. And then we come back down lower. But my bigger picture was to get to 60K. I don't need to guess what's going to happen next. If you pointed a gun at me, I would look this direction. But I was confident buying this because of multiple factors. Multiple factors lined up to give me this trade. Yep, here's your next targets up on NQ. Nice move. Almost feel like I paper handed this and I'm up a lot. I'm having a really big day and I almost feel like I paper handed. That's kind of crazy. I may have to sell some call spreads soon. But yeah, my Bitcoin analysis was we were going to bounce here, but if I had to just try to say, to me, the most likely thing is we're going to test this next. Over that, you're looking for these highs, and you're looking for this area, which, as you can see, would be the back test of what we broke down from. The other thing would be is if you back test here, this area. But then like kind of on the shorter thing, you just came off of this and you're consolidating. If you got a wick down here, I'd probably go for it, but you may not even get that. I think you may just get a push up into the 9, maybe even a wick up to here. But I think it could be tough from there. So that's what I think on the Bitcoin chart right now. Trying to think what can I trade? What can I trade right now? Let me find a trade to take. It's tough because I feel like I'm chasing certain names right now. Kind of want to find something that's like ready to break out and. Yeah, maybe Avgo. Maria, let's keep an eye out for a trade. I'll take a trade on that best account today, even if it's small, just so you can see. I just don't want to like risk a trade for no reason right here. But I can take a small risk somewhere, and as long as there's like an actual trade setup. I don't want to take something if there's not a trade setup, but another thing I'll say is like you're hitting, you're kind of hitting. You're hitting a lot of targets here. And like some of this you hit like overnight, but we all know RTH is king. So even though you hit these areas overnight, this is the first time you hit that that halfback on NQ during RTH. Plus, you just ran. I mean, 955. You just ran 344 points. All right, GLW. I haven't looked at GLW, but that's Corning. They make glass for a lot of this AI stuff, fiber optics. GLW has been along for a long time. It's starting to get these crazy candles, which I don't necessarily love. If I was in this name, I'd probably be trimming some, locking in some profit. I mean, you're not entering here. You're not. I mean, that just not smart. No matter how bullish you are on something, it's just not smart to enter here. Either you miss the trade or you're already in the trade. But this is crazy expansion. It's beautiful. If you accumulated this thing, even once it started accumulating here and doing like this, if you started buying anywhere here in the 80s to 90s, I mean, you're sitting pretty. But I like that. Him seems to be a meme stock. Well, so Him's entire I don't want to say entire. Him's growth, the amount of growth that they were showing was a lot to do with the weight loss pill, and they just had to pull it because they're getting sued. They pulled it. I mean, when your growth as a company gets pulled, I mean, I think it was like more than half of like their growth in the last quarter was from the weight loss stuff. It's not good for Hims. Not good. It's a tough thing to do. Disrupt big pharma. That's a tough. You're gonna get sued. You're gonna get regulation. You're gonna get hit because it's big pharma. I do want to look. Did we hit the daily 9? Almost. SPX 960. I don't have much to go off of up here on SPX at this point. I mean, there's a level like right here, 694 on SPY. It's been a level for a while, but should be hitting your daily 9 any second. Well, I did paper hand this, I guess. Silver is accumulating. I don't even look at silver at this point. What a ripper. What an absolute ripper. I sold 130 points ago. 180 points ago. Good. Whatever. Boy, now I'm having a big day. And you only caught half the move, and I didn't take that 180 that I talked about buying. It's oh my god, 150 points from there. What a day! Everything's pushing. AMD's new high. Oh, everything. This is gonna. Watch 360 is a big level, and we're gonna hit the daily 9 here in any second on NDX. $320. This is where I shorted last night. 320s. What a beautiful morning. We are so back for now. Watch like Wednesday. We're so cooked. That's just how this market's been. Drone ETF is up a lot today. Maybe I take a little short on the vest. Here, I'll do QQQ. I'm gonna do QQQ and I'm gonna do short. And I'm just gonna do 3% here. All right. Place order. Okay. I just did 3% position size on this just so it's small. And then oh wait, I took a long dadgummit. Hold on. I'm gonna take a short. All right, so I closed that one. Let's try this again with a short. I'll do 5% this time. Place order. All right. So I'm in right here. And I want this to come back to like 612. So let's just put like 612. What did I get in at? 24. So let's just do that right there. All right. Meta buying a ton from Corning. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat here because there's you guys are crushing it today, by the way. Absolutely crushing it in the chat. Oh, Maria, are you still here? I'm taking your demo trade right now. Okay. Okay. I just caught up. Like I'm down $1 right now. I went really small. Here, like I could even, if I wanted to add a little bit more. See, and I can like probably base this off of NQ as much as anything. I'm just gonna add some right there. I'm gonna change this to 100% that I want to take off. So I didn't put a stop loss on this because I'm just gonna close if it starts going against me. But there you see, I'm in a short. I'm like 10%. I'm using 5x leverage in a short. I did 5% on the first entry, 5% on the second entry. If I see this make like $400 or $500, I'm gonna just take profit. Should be taking this on futures, honestly. But I can make $500 over here. Why not? You could run straight through this, but I mean, my slippage, I haven't touched the slippage. Mine's at 3%. What's your slippage set to, Maria? Mine's just defaulted at 3% here. And I did a market order. Like if this thing goes against me, like, $100, $200, I'll be okay. I would rather you guys learn from this than worry about making $100, $200. Hopefully the trade works out, but yeah, I did market order and which once again, Maria, I'm figuring this out in real time with you guys. So it's not like I'm an expert here, but What are you feeling on, Maria? Because like, I mean, hopefully you saw mine. If not, you can rewind the stream. But I mean, I feel basically where I was at. I mean, if you compare it to the underlying, yes, so like QQQ right now is trading at 613.83. So this is, you know, the perp contract's trading underneath, that's 50 cents off. But it's perps like if you're familiar with crypto at all, like perps, there's always like some arbitrage like difference there. So like for example, the what's it called? Like Bitcoin futures are different than the what's it called? The like the actual spot. What are you going long on, Maria? And how much size are you using? Try maybe like legging in with smaller size. Are you on QQQ? Profess says he's doing limit orders. Are you on QQQ or SPX or what? I mean, my brain, this is going to go higher, but just for the trade. We got a little red candle here. How much I'm still trying to figure out like the risk reward on all this stuff. I'm not like super comfortable with it, but we are right at that daily 9, so that's the only reason why I was like, oh, okay, we could probably take the short scalp here on the Vest account. Watching for the first time, thanks for tuning in, Matt. Subscribe to the channel. We have I'm live every day on here every morning, and the rest of the crew, they're on spaces. A lot of them will come on here in the afternoon, but for example, I've got Frankie on here hanging out with me this morning. Will comes a lot of times, and then Jordan, KC, all the rest of our crew usually join us in the afternoon. Friday, the whole crew's here live all day, but I'm live here every morning. Appreciate you being here. Any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. This is a pretty chill stream. We trade, we try to make money. We don't do crazy lottos or gambling or anything here. So if that's the stream you're looking for, this stream is more about consistently making money. And I think chat will attest to that too. NVIDIA has not done anything, by the way, Monkey Tree. Not done anything. It's very healthy, consolidating, riding the EMA 9, but it's also up 3.5% on the day. So on Vest, try 100%. I don't want to just full port the account. Appreciate it. Tommy, I see you. And Frazi, appreciate it. Honestly, Matt, today might be a good day to go back and look at the watch some of the stream from the beginning, because we did a lot of analysis. Obviously, the moves already played out. The trades that I took this morning, or I guess the one trade I took this morning, played out pretty nicely. Not a whole lot to do right here. So we hang out, we talk trading, we talk life, we talk Super Bowl, we talk best fried chicken places. It's whatever. We hang out. Boom. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, my friend. Appreciate all the kind words. The only thing I ever ask for you guys is just be a friend, tell other people about the stream, subscribe to the channel, check us out. Obviously, if you use any prop firms, just use code WOLF to get the best discount you can. That supports us. And then shout out to our sponsors. We do this for free all day, every day. Our sponsors make it worth doing this for you guys. Shout out Leverage Shares, for example. I bet some of those 2x leverage, hood, that 2x leverage hood's probably crushing it today. Gosh, up 12%. I should have bought more of that. I did buy some of the Coinbase one the other night. 20-something% moves. Shout out Leverage Shares. Go to leverageshares.com. You can see all of the great 2x leverage. Please do your own due diligence. Don't just, make sure you kind of understand 2x leverage tickers before you trade them. But good way to avoid the options theta burn and stuff. Maria is about to cost me money here. California getting rain, so it's going to be a good trading week. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Me too, Jarrett. I'm addicted to making money and allergic to losing it. Is Meta moving right now? They don't know what to do with Meta. Meta's got to get back above this right here. 670 to this like 675, 680 area. Then you only have the 200 day to deal with. But this looks like a decent, moved up, huge gap up, filled the gap from before. You see the gap got filled right here from before, came back in. I wanted this thing to kind of hold up here, but the market itself was just selling hard, right? So now it needs to work its way back out. Amazon, you have to think, Amazon below the 200 day, like, is that a terrible place to own this thing? I don't like that it broke that trend line, but a year and a half ago, this was your highs. I don't know, tough call. If the market comes roaring back like this, some of these names I feel like are going to play some nice catch up. I think Meta will do well. I think Amazon will do well if the market itself does well. And honestly, you could probably correlate those things. Microsoft, we talked about this gap fill right here. And if you see this box that I drew for the gap fill, you came down, filled that gap. Look at your reaction, filled the gap, got a hammer candle off of it, and now you're getting follow through. Microsoft 420, 425 upside targets. And there's some traffic here. 415 big point of control, but this is a good looking, super oversold, filled the gap from back here. Now you should get at least some relief. I think you have a nice risk to reward, risk under here to long this back up to here. Of course, nothing here is financial advice, guys. Please take your own trades. Please do your own stuff. Don't try to even copy my trades. When I take trades, don't try to copy it. Learn from it. Use it as confluence. I'm not a trade alert service. I try to teach, give good analysis, news, all the above. And if you are here for the first time, once again, I'll just remind you, I do have news squawk in my ear. I'll get it to you faster than you'll probably get it anywhere else. And I have multiple sources for that. So, yeah. I love it. Stream's growing. Oh, I've seen a lot of you guys using Code Wolf as well. Trying out some of the different prop firms, taking advantage of some of the different sells going on. Barbara's taking the Meta. I forget that you have I forget that we have those 0 DTEs. Yeah, smash the like and subscribe. It's the only thing I'll ever ask from you. I don't care if you join the channel. I mean, you can become a member of the channel. I don't care. That's not a big deal. You get some emojis, whatever. Really, it's just supporting us. But we're good. All right. Now what are we doing, guys? Slowing down a little bit. The lunch hour in 45 minutes. Maria, I'm losing on my best trade here. Down $3. I might can add a little bit more to it higher. Yeah, so here's a good thing to talk about. This isn't necessarily a short right now. But if you're long, you should have taken a bunch of trims by now. Now you just trail your way out of this. I think you're going to hit that 360 next. Where's the yes at? Wait, yes is kind of in this. Manscaped one. I didn't, so like, I was watching some of the commercials and stuff. I thought the Coinbase one was stupid. That like karaoke of the Backstreet Boys, they changed the names or they changed the lyrics a little bit. There was one Bud Light commercial that had Peyton Manning, Shane Gillis, and who's the other person? There was like they're like rolling down a hill. The keg, like there was like a keg rolling down a hill. It was Peyton Manning, Shane Gillis, and somebody else. Post Malone. It was Post Malone. I thought that was actually pretty good. Pretty good. But Bud Light's working on repairing that damage they did. Bud Light's still Bud Light. I mean, when I was a kid, or when, not a kid, but when I was first like 21, 22, 23, where I grew up, like that was it. Bud Light was the thing. But I guess Michelob Ultra took over at some point, and then I actually grew up and started drinking Mexican beer instead. The prostate one with the tight end. Yeah, that one was funny. So I think you can make this argument, Dom, that the Coinbase one like did what it needed to do. I'm gonna add some more here to this short. I'm still not risking a ton, but like I just added a little bit more. This looks like a trend day that I don't want to fight, but we'll do it on the vest for the cause here. But Dom, I don't hate this argument because like everyone does remember that it was a Coinbase one. I thought it was really like stupid, like crypto's supposed to be this modern thing and all this, and they're doing this like old school karaoke. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it, but like it had the effect. Like that is a good call. That is the effect. Halftime was not as I thought halftime was great. I mean, if you were paying attention to the media and the narratives and everything, there was a lot of people everything they were saying about the halftime show, it was not. Everything that they said it was going to be, that they told you it was going to be, it was not. It was not any of those things. I thought it was great. It was a beautiful like celebration of Puerto Rico, the culture, depicted all of those great things. Bad Bunny is obviously the biggest, largest, most streamed artist in the world right now. Just won, a couple Grammys, whatever. And that's my take. Like I know some people, whatever, if Kid Rock's your thing, I don't care either way. I thought it was a great show. It's just my opinion. And then there's factual things like the U.S. is the second largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. Believe it or not, it's the U.S. And from a business standpoint, everyone's going to watch the Super Bowl. They watch it every year. They've watched it every year forever. You're diehard, like your NFL and Super Bowl fans. People are going to watch Super Bowl no matter what. So if you're trying to grow like your audience, wouldn't you try to draw in other people? And I get it though. I get a lot of people didn't understand a word he said, whatever. Even if you didn't like listen to any of it, you just watched the representation of Puerto Rico. I thought that part was beautiful. But I don't care about the politics, any of that stuff. I don't care that Kid Rock and them did their own show. I saw some clips from it. Whatever, it was whatever, I don't care. Just because like one can, like both can be decent. Whatever, it is what it is. So it's whatever. I don't know. I'm not on here to be political or anything like that. I really don't care. The only politics I care about is how's it going to affect the market. You wanted him to come out in a dress. That's what everybody said it was going to be, a dress. Everybody said it was going to be all this like crazy stuff, and it was like all traditional values. Those people that got married on stage actually got married on stage, by the way. That was that was actually a legal marriage that happened. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, and what did I tell you guys on Friday? Any of you guys remember what I told you? I told you guys Seahawks by $1 billion, right? I need to go clip that. I told you guys the Seahawks defense was way too much for the Patriots and Drake May. Way too much. Respect to Drake May and what he accomplished this year. Patriots had a good year. I mean, obviously respect that, but it wasn't even close. Honestly, Denver would have beat the Patriots if it wasn't like just that snow. That's a whole nother. I will get on the soapbox on that one. I think every NFL stadium should have a roof at minimum. Dome, retractable roof, something. I don't care if it's even like an open air roof. I don't care if it's cold. You should not be playing in 6 inches of snow, no matter what. This is NFL is the best athletes in the world. We play normal conditions all year, and then we get to where it counts the most, and we just throw them out there in the slop fest. I think it's so stupid. And yeah, if you go back and look at the Patriots had the easiest route. Like everyone that they beat was not good this year. Now they made it to the Super Bowl. That's an accomplishment. I'm not hating on the Patriots. I'm just saying, like, from a sports standpoint, just like, picking who's going to win and your probabilities and all that stuff. I just could. Dude, I wanted to bet on the Seahawks so bad, but like the best odds I even saw are like minus 220 or something like that. So Boston fans, Boston fans might be the worst. I don't know. In the NFL, Phillies fans are pretty brutal. Phillies fans are pretty brutal, but yeah, Patriots fans. But when you've won as much as they've won, like, what do you do? Yeah, that's the exact point I was making. Like, if you go look at, because I remember like the Patriots were like, they had like 10 wins or whatever back in like late October, November. And I'm like, but are the Patriots really that good? And sure enough, I mean, they made the Super Bowl once again. But I was looking, I was like, they're beating mostly crappy teams. The Patriots division is just god awful. The Bills were not very good this year, by the way. I mean, Josh Allen, I like Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's a great player, but I think he needs a lot of help. He has to do too much by himself, and it's just not going to work. Well, we may have a slow market day. We may just be hanging out talking for a little bit during this lunch hour. We get some bigger picture thoughts. And Tesla getting stuffed there at the highs a little bit. Meta just big 15-minute candles on Meta. Yeah, firing McDermott was absolutely stupid. I agree. Get the guy some receivers. Who's Josh Allen supposed to throw the ball to? He hasn't had any good receivers. Cook is a good running back. The offensive line is average. Get him a big name. What big name target have the Bills had? Big name receiver. Maybe you had Diggs at one point, but he's a nutcase anyway. But have any big name receivers? He needs, like, you have Josh Allen. You got to get a big target for him, especially a guy like that that's mobile. You get him a big target, like an AJ Green type of target, or what's his name on the Steelers now? That was at the Seahawks before. DK Metcalf. All right, I'm gonna add a little bit more to the short. I'm only at 2 times leverage right now. Just for the record, I'm doing this on Vest because we're kind of testing out the platform. I made a post about how I got funded with them in the same night, made $1,000, and withdrew it immediately. You should use code WOLF over there, of course, as well. But Maria wanted me to test out, some trades on here, so I'm just kind of working myself into a short here as we come into some resistance areas. I'm probably not going to take much more futures today. I'm up really big on the day, but we'll see. I have my Vanquish account pulled up for some options. I'm not opposed to maybe selling some options up here, some call spreads. It's just tough on a trend day like this. But I do think you have a possibility of getting rejected right here on the Qs, at least in the short term. But hey, you may squeeze through it. I saw this thing the other day. It was this guy was like he was on the escalator and he was walking down the escalator that was going up and he was at the bottom. He was just sitting there spinning. That's what it's like trying to short a trend day. I posted that on the Wolf Trading. I thought it was real good. Yeah, a lot of times like the hardest things on a day like this is like just trying to wait for some type of like break of structure or huge extension. Like, Frank will tell you more than anything, you almost need this thing to like shoot up fast and then you like scalp half of that back down. See if QQQ rejects like right at 615 here. This is right at this 360. This 360, as I was talking about earlier, just hide all. So we're clearing that overnight high, maybe tapping into it a little bit, but this right here, this right here, this right here, and right here. This 360 area has been a big area for a while. So let's look at your like 30-minute candles. 1, 2, 3 big 4 in a row. Hourly still fine. So like on this, I'm only down $14 right now. I'm trying to take. Just looking for like a $1 move. It'd be $43. I don't even know if we're going to get that big of a pullback today. But we're right here at an interesting spot to see if it like does a liquidity grab to the upside. Troy, it was interesting that we had 2 defensive coaches make the Super Bowl. Yeah, I know you guys let Metcalf go for a reason. I'm saying that type of receiver is what the Bills need. Sorry, I just saw that, Jarrett. I like day trading, but love swing trading. When you do get that good entry and sit back and relax. I mean, today would have been. I mean, if I would have held my long from 970, I mean, I was long right here. Look at my here. Here's my trade of 8. Look where I was long this morning. It's an absolute snipe. But I covered it. The responsible thing to do. I probably could have left runners, but I made the trade I wanted to make, and then this was really the re-entry I should have taken here. But yeah, whatever. If we go much higher than this, like, I don't really have much else left to do. Maria's making me lose money on Best over here. Honestly, I just want this to pull back to VN profit, and I'll just close it. I do think we probably reject this 360 though. You probably get a 30-point scalp here, short, but it's not very appetizing to me on a strong trend day like this. It's very low volume right now. 20-30 minutes till lunch. QQQ. Yeah, I mean, that's so 619. That's for the 50-day and the 20-day are 619, 620. And that's kind of the bottom of this box that I've been watching for a while. You can kind of see It's been trying to stay in this area. I guess you could say there's some resistance right here.
I'm short, buddy.
Yeah, I figured you probably were, Frank. I mean, this 360 is a big enough level, and we're extended enough that it should come back in. There's a 100 lot that's going to help you right there, I think.
Yeah, I sold my gold at about 5,100, and I got short. Not huge, but like just it's been a good day. It's been like just be patient, see if it comes into the 20s. The figure, should backtest a little here.
Yeah. Oh, they wrote me for a second. My overall read was upside. It was just, I caught what I wanted to catch. I was short last night. I was long this morning. Probably should have just left on runners, but I mean, it's been very orderly and calm trend to the upside. Big green candle, small red candle, big green candle, small red candle, just kind of leveling itself up. The video really hasn't done anything all day. Palantir up 6%. Broadcom is on an absolute tear. That was the one I liked the most going into the day. Look at this Broadcom 5-minute chart. It's just screaming higher with higher volume too this whole way up here. I know I should have taken that 180 pro fast. It's nice to see things like play out, even if you're not in the trade. It's nice to see your analysis play out. I don't hate that 619 area if we get through right here. Boy, a lot of these prop firms are having to adjust to the crazy moves in gold and silver. It's a business. That's all I'll say. Oh, we may come back green on the QQQ short. Kind of want to just take this off. NQ's kind of a no man's land. It could go to, upside it probably goes to 400 if it gets through 360. Right here, you're looking for it to come back down to 320, 300 through 294. If it really comes back in, you get that IB high 250s. Oh, we're green on the vest. We are green on the vest for now. Broadcom is just flying. But probably all you do is come back in here into the 9. Did you get out of those meta calls? I don't even really want to sell spreads today because of the trend. I just don't think there's enough juice. You're going long at the 10-minute 9? Where's that? Right now, by the time we get to it, it'll be right probably in the 300 area. DP, is that what you're looking at? My 10-minute 9 I have is there. 290 right now. The 15-minute 9 is way down to like 260. But And this thing's so strong, you may bounce off the 9 right here on ES and just keep going.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for a little bit better entry. I covered some
It's very anemic.
profit.
Well,
Just gotta
the
wait
volume.
it out. Gotta wait for it
Yeah.
to go sideways a little, see if it.
Yeah, just kind of like top out almost. I wouldn't be surprised to see it, bought up off of this, get back into the 230s, 220s, and get bought up and go take out the highs again, just because of the trend. See if I have anything on NDX right here. Yeah, definitely a spot right in this area. Still have an unfilled gap on NDX. Where does that take us? 68 points higher. Put that on my EQ chart. 68. It's like 430. Index gap fill. I've got way too many fibs on here at this point. I think I'm going to take some of these off. Yeah, look at that. There's touch of the 9 right here and rocket back up. Time and sells is nothing but buying too. All right, this is like the last spot I'm willing to add. Cameron, this is kind of a bull market thing. Every time VIX spikes, I mean, when you have bull markets, you have little like volatility scares. You short that VIX back down. I mean, historically, every time VIX pops above like 20, it's usually a pretty good short. You can get your head blown off pretty quick, so you have to like do some good management there, but I can't do anything on the futures here. Do we have any NFP levels here? Oh, we already went above the NFP for December. Oh, look where SPY's probably going, Frank. 695.31. See that? That NFP high. Boy, if it'll just go there now, like if it could just rip and get there, that's the short spot.
Good morning, chat. Hold on. I can't hear you very much. Hold on. I can hear you. What's goody? Emp, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. How long have I been on mute?
I don't know.
Damn it, chat.
What's up,
Well,
Mr.
Rico, if you guys didn't hear me, what's up, Rico? Hold on, Rico. I was talking to Rico. Rico, yeah, we long. I caught 160 points. It's 200 points, 220 points higher than when I exited, but whatever. I didn't fight it. Microsoft breaking new high.
It's a Money Monday, baby. I hit it with you long. I did not get the average you got, but I had a nice 69-point trade, my favorite number. So, of course, TP was at 69 points. I was long at 181.50, risking that 112.50. I was risking 69 points to make it. I should have been targeting that Asia high, but if I did that, I would have got stopped at break even, to be honest. So I'm glad I didn't. Beautiful morning, though. My Vest account is balling. Let's go. Shout out Vest. Still 50% off, I think. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if that's for sure. Let me check. I think it is still 50 off.
Yeah, I have no idea how long I was muted there. But I was saying,
You're good.
right here, SPY is at the NFP, so
Yeah, big spot. Big spot to watch.
they've got me
You
losing
got a
money on
Vest account,
here.
dude.
Well, they've
You've
got
been
me losing
taking some
money on
payouts, huh?
That's crazy. I didn't realize they give you payouts that fast.
I know, right? That's insane.
Passed the account, took one more trade. That money was in my account
Paid
that
out.
night.
It's insane.
It's in my,
That doesn't happen with
sent
all.
it to my Robinhood. I sent it to my Robinhood account, and then it came
Okay,
in
I
as
saw
USDC.
that. I didn't know you can just send it to your Robinhood account
My Robinhood,
directly.
yeah. So I sent it to my Robinhood crypto wallet, like within Robinhood, because they give you one, right? Came in as USDC, $922. I sold that. Now it's just in my regular buying power for my whole portfolio.
Yep. Amazing. And you can withdraw it to your bank if you want. It's fucking awesome. I got my here, I'll show the chat a little bit. I got my room set up a little bit more. Look at this setup, boys. Look at this setup. Got the desk going. We got the beautiful view out there from my desk. We Gucci now. Wi-Fi is working in here.
There's the real key.
Yeah, we good. That's the only reason I wasn't like using my room really.
Ooh, SC signed up on the Lucid Pro. Okay. I may have to check out Lucid. I'm hearing a lot about Lucid. I may have to check out Lucid next. I'm starting to get to the point where I had too many accounts. It's not like Tommy. I'm not Tommy, though. Tommy's got 47 funded accounts, I feel like.
Dude, I know he copy trades like one strategy on like 3 accounts and then copy trades another strategy on another 3. It's insane. He's got it all moving. It's awesome. I should have my other monitor coming, so I'll have like my MacBook and either 2 or 3 monitors. We'll see. We're getting set up.
Is
If the AC
Bitcoin
falls off the
actual?
wall, will it hit your head? Luckily, no. It's like a little farther back, so we're good.
That ain't falling off the wall. Those Puerto Ricans got that tapped up there nice.
I know.
Oh, that stuff, that is sturdy. There's the IV extension.
Jordan was PR lit last night. PR was pretty lit, bro. we had some Puerto Ricans in the household too, so we were all just bopping, bro. That was a great time.
Decimal, are you Puerto Rican?
Is he? Are you?
I'm asking.
That's lit if he is. I love it, man.
Or are you saying set him up with a Puerto Rican? Oh, you are? Boricua?
Hey, I'm down.
Boricua, Dominicana.
Where the Puerto Rican mommies at?
Oh.
They're down in Dorado. That's where they're at. They're all hanging out at Sam and Cade's house right now.
Bro, you know what's crazy? So like if
What's
you
that?
go past Dorado, there's like this little town out there that Bad Bunny was. Do you remember the grocery store we went to down in Guanica? The
Yeah.
Supermercado Icano. So ECONO Icano. Dude, Bad Bunny was bagging groceries 10 years ago at the Icano.
No way, dude. That's insane.
Bro was just bagging groceries.
Bro was just bagging
Before he blew up.
groceries, dude. It's awesome. We I don't think we've really gone past Dorado. The farthest we've driven like west is
Google.
Bayamon.
Google. Anthropic in talks with.
Look at that stick.
What was the full headline?
I'm gonna go on mute for a second.
Google in talks with Anthropic for data center or something like that. Google's getting a huge stick here.
Oh boy. Jordanito's running around in a few years? Probably what ends up happening. All right, I'll be back. I'm still here. I'm just going to edit this clip, so I'll be quiet for a second.
TeraWolf, they're saying should get hit on that. It's already up a lot today. You're about to hit full profit or the next full target here. That's the IB extension. 430 is that gap fill on NDX though. Well, I'm just in a losing position on Vest. I might just have to exit out of this. I had a couple levels here. I think if you hit 430 on NQ and 7,000 on 7,000 on ES at the same time, maybe. Top 3 favorite prop accounts. I use Top Stuff and Tradify. Those are the 2 main ones I use. And then obviously I've got Vanquish and Vast now too. But for futures, I use Top Step and Tradify. But Jordan uses a bunch of different ones. Google, I'm trying to get that full headline. The information, I think, was the article. Anthropic Mall securing 10 gigawatts of capacity. All right, we're probably going into the lunch hour here. We're probably going to slow down. not much to do here. I mean, you could try to fade this, but it wouldn't be that fun. I think it's a good time for lunch. Maybe talk about some broader market stuff. What do you think, Jordan? Let's see. I think we'll have Paul joining us here in a minute. This is a straight grind higher. What else do you do? Any small caps on the radar? There is a small cap show over on Wolf Financial in about 1 hour. That would be good to tune into.
All
That's
right,
what I do. There he is. I'm not a big. I'm not super like. I don't follow a whole lot of small caps, but there's definitely a crew of people that does. I don't know if Paul follows any of those either. I love Paul's broader market thoughts. I know he's joining us here any second. We'll get him on here. Friend from Leverage Shares. I was talking this morning. I mean, Hood having a heck of a day. This HOOG is up big, and like when I looked at just Hood itself, I liked what the chart was doing on the bounce. Look, we're almost that first target, but I looked at this one the other night. I looked at HOOG, COIG, both of those on this crypto bounce that have done pretty well. And then PLTR is having a great day today. And look at this,
I know,
13% on that. Not dealing with any of the option stuff either. I don't know. I think Paul's joining us here.
There he is. What's up, Paul?
What's up, Paul? How's it going?
Man, just coming off Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh yeah. That was a fun time. Huh? It was good. I enjoyed it. I kicked back. We were at Gab's house just hanging out, and it was a great time. Yeah,
nice.
Got some friends over. It was fun.
Very
Definitely
good.
Entertaining. Did you have any bets on the game at all?
I don't bet on sports. I learned.
I don't either.
I learned in college. I think you guys are. I played baseball in college. Played Division I baseball in college. I'm like very competitive, and I learned in college that the more competitive you are, the harder it is to like gamble socially because you want to win and you never will. So I lost very minimal money in college, but at the time it was a lot for me, and I decided that that was not the way to go. I was like, yeah, this just doesn't work for me.
It's hard to have an edge, It's hard to have an edge.
To have an edge, and if you are competitive, like, what do you want to do? You want to get back out there, and that just leads to more losses. So every once in a while, if I'm out with a buddy and we go see a show or something like that, I'll set aside like a certain dollar amount. I'll play like blackjack, and I'll stick to the rules. If I'm running, I'll cash out. If I lose, whatever I set is my amount that I'm okay to lose, I lose, and then I walk away. Like, that's it. I'm not a big gambler. I don't do the sports betting thing. I don't do the Calci thing. I don't do the poly markets. Like, I'll stick to the stock market. That's enough of a risk.
I do it for viewing pleasure more than anything. But I also kind of think about it from a trader standpoint, because I'm like you. Like, I'm a big sports guy. I played college football. I was actually on a college baseball team for one season, and like it's hard for me to like separate the competitiveness from the emotions.
Yeah,
kind of like you're saying. But being a trader, I think, has helped me a little bit there as well. What were your thoughts on the game? And then we'll kind of jump into some markets here. I'm just curious. I said on Friday on here, I thought the Seahawks would win by 1 billion. That was my take, and it worked out. But the game wasn't bad. You just had two defensive coaches and a really good Seattle defense, I think, that just controlled the game.
So my thought was that Seattle was going to win pretty I thought they were going to have a stable win. I think the way that they won is exactly how I envisioned it. Really solid defense. The one thing that I didn't take into consideration, which I think now is true, I don't think Drake May was 100%.
Yeah, his shoulder. His
Agreed.
shoulder, I
Yeah.
think.
The ball. He looked very tentative, and you could see that he was distressed. Even though I know the defense was a big part of that, but there was more to it than just the defense. He looked very distressed, unwilling to leave the pocket at times, unwilling to throw at times, and it looked like he needed an extra step to get anything on the ball. And so
he left a couple short.
Yeah. He left
like that one interception was bad.
A couple things. That ball that he threw directly to Seattle for the interception is just so uncharacteristic of him.
I agree.
I think he was really under some kind of physical distress that we don't know about.
He was on the injury report like most of the week for his shoulder.
Yeah.
So maybe that was part of it.
So going into that, he was not 100%.
Yeah.
Already.
But here's the thing. When you get to the Super Bowl, everyone's banged up. Everyone's on the injury. You know, every one of those guys has some kind of nagging.
Quarterback has a serious
arm injury. That's a different level.
From throwing, that's different than like, you know, I got a banged up ankle and I'm going to take a bunch of cortisone before the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just different. If you can't throw the ball. I'm a Jet fan. Then we can get on the stocks. But like, I remember with Chad Pennington. Like, Chad Pennington was an excellent quarterback. He could run the offense and all that stuff. But when he hurt his shoulder, he never returned. Like, that was it. Like, he can't get any zip on the ball. And so, yeah, I mean, like the difference between Darnold and May last night was that Darnold was taking risks, but actually zipping the ball in to tight spots and getting, you know, receptions where Drake May couldn't do any of that. So, yeah, interesting. That's why I don't like to bet, because you never know what's going on. Like, you know,
exactly.
The horse has a broken leg, but they don't tell you.
Right.
Yeah,
we're having a hell of a day in the market right now.
Yeah, we are. We're here chatting with Paul. So most of you guys probably know Paul at this point. Great mind around the markets. Him and his team over at Leverage Shares, Themes, ETFs. You can go to leverageshares.com and check out everything there. Also go to the Themes one as well. But we love getting Paul's thoughts across the market. Just to get this out of the way, I mean, obviously Leverage Shares. Friend of the show, sponsor of the show. We appreciate them. An investor should carefully consider a fund's investment objective, risks, charges, and expenses before investing. A fund's prospectus and summary prospectus contain this and other information about Leverage Shares on the website. It's leverageshares.com. You should read it carefully before investing. We're excited to work with Leverage Shares here. And of course, we're excited for Paul and him sharing his time with us and his thoughts from himself and his team across the market. Paul, since the last time we spoke, there's been some action in the market. Obviously, we look at, you know, pretty much everything selling off, especially crypto, Bitcoin coming down to 60K and bouncing. The market itself, 3 heavy days of selling, a big bounce back day on Friday and some continuation back. Maybe just broad market thoughts to kind of kick us off today. Still a bull market, right? I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think it's still a bull market, and I think people get out over their skis. There's too many people that have too many different opinions. I think one of the best things I've ever heard in life is like, there's so many people out there that know just enough to have a meaningless, point, but they have a means to express it. And so there's so many different people that are out there talking about a lot of things that they truly don't even really know about. And so what I tend to like to do is just try to stick to the people that I rely on and I trust. And I try to block out a lot of the other noise. Over the past 2 weeks, I've had a lot of conversations in various different forums with both, media people on these shows and these streams, and with advisors. And, I was having a meeting with a very prominent advisor in New York, last week, and they were discussing how they just started selling off all their software names that they had, gotten in, and they're just selling off their software. They're super nervous. And I paused for a second and I said, "Can I give you like a personal opinion?" And he was like, "Sure." And I was like, I'm thinking about buying software at this point. Like, I haven't held software for a while, but like now I'm really interested in software. And he's like, how can you be? AI is taking over. You know, it's going to become obsolete and you won't need. I'm like, you'll always need software, number one. And the way in which software gets developed may change, but that doesn't mean that these companies don't have the ability to adapt and change with it. So I'll give you like a specific company that we talked about, ServiceNow. And yeah, I mean, like ServiceNow has gotten beat up, like incredibly beat down. I've been a big fan of this company for a while, and I haven't personally owned anything in it, just because I've been watching the charts, and I'm like, man, it's just really a terrible chart. But I have to tell you, now's a time where I would like think about dipping into something like this, because when you look at their earnings and you look at their business model and you look at their growth and you hear comments from their CEO, and I know he's supposed to talk their book, I just trust a CEO like Bob McDermott. And I believe that they are a leader in their space and they're a leader in agentic AI. And I don't think software is going away. And then if you compound that with somebody like a Jensen Huang, who says this move in software is illogical, like illogical, it makes me start to think like, I haven't made a move personally, but I'm looking at it. It's like, how much worse could this get? And again, the chart is one thing. You got to go back and look at the earnings and the earnings call and all the things that they're doing. I don't know. To me, it's something where if you held it and you just sold it last week, man, I don't know if that's the right time to sell.
I think in general, like, I mean, software, I think that's a great spot that you're hitting on. Was it IGV? I always get those backwards. I mean, you're hitting just on the entire index of software, or what they, I guess this is iShares or whatever. But Either way, this is a decent representation of software. And I mean, just crazy selling. You hit a 200-week moving average right at the low for one. And there's some names like ServiceNow within this. CRM's another one that comes to mind, that are just, they're getting absolutely brutalized. And the point you just made, are you selling it right now? I think I agree. I think that's the wrong decision. I mean, if you've already, taken this ride down, why selling down here just seems irrational.
If you held past that break, what are you selling last week?
Yeah, it's like and I know it's hard for like people like that panic and they, it's like fire alarms going off, run out the door, but it's the worst time, like from a market standpoint, when you are, just falling off the cliff. Like that's like the worst time to sell and get out.
Yeah, it's like a UFC fighter getting choked out and he passes out. When he wakes up, he taps the guy. No, you've already been choked out. Like,
yeah.
What are you doing now? Like,
yeah, reset, get ready for the next match or something. I mean, even if you wanted to get out, like at least get out on a bounce, like some kind. I mean, that's just basic market structure. Like,
well, especially after all those red candles in a row, you gotta have some sort of dead cat. It might not be a reversal, but some sort of dead cat bounce there.
Yeah, I just think that everybody, there's too many people that know enough about AI to be dangerous with their comments, and they have a reason why they want to say things, right? Because either they've got a newsletter or they've got something else or whatever. Like, and I think there's going to be differences. Like, I think if you look at a company like a ServiceNow, it's a totally different story than like a CRM. Like, I haven't been bullish on CRM in a long time. I haven't really, because again, like when I look at CRM, their core business, anybody who that has like Salesforce, like a lot of like, it doesn't really work well for them, like their core business, right? So like their core business is got issues, right? And they're trying to pivot to this. When you look at ServiceNow, they're taking all of this intelligence and they're actually doing something with it through robotic process automation. I don't see the similarity between them and CRM, although they get lumped together. And then if you look at like cybersecurity, there's a lot of names that have gotten beaten down because the thought is all of these hyperscalers are just going to do it all on their own. But I don't think they are going to do it all on their own, because I've said this, like, the reason why you outsource your cybersecurity is so that you have a guard on the watch all the time. Does that mean that you're impenetrable? No. But it means that you have somebody that is on top of this, communicating, integrated with other systems, like understanding what's going on. You get the benefit of a community of, like cyber activity happening all over the place. And then the other thing is you get liability. Like, Delta didn't have to tell its customers we messed up, right? When they got to blame somebody else for that. And, that's a big part of it, right? So like my thought is you need somebody on the watch. You need somebody that's responsible for this. You need somebody that's holistically looking at the like security as a whole. And to me, I think companies will continue to outsource that. And I think the software companies in cyber will continue to invest in AI. And then that brings me back to the ultimate winner, which is NVIDIA. Like I'll never stop beating that drum. And, 3 days ago, NVIDIA was at 172 and people continue to talk about like, is it the end of NVIDIA? No, it's not the end of NVIDIA. And if you're mad about
back, it's right back.
Yeah, if you're mad about all the capex that's being spent and you want to get out of some of the mega cap tech companies because you don't like what they're spending, just take a look at who they're spending it with. Like, be happy about that guy at least.
This is definition of like never short a dull market on NVIDIA right here. I mean, look at that. It's boring, yes, but at the bottom of those ranges, you've seen it get picked up over and over and over in the past, right? Look what happens again. Boom.
It's not only tradable, but it is investable. So like, again, like there are places where you could go where it's like, okay, well, if you're nervous about this or nervous about this, look where NVIDIA is trading today. Like, how are you nervous about that? Are you going to really lump NVIDIA in with the software trade? Come on. All the money's going there.
MVDG from you guys are leverage shares up 25% basically in the last 2 sessions, which is still the cornerstone of AI. Nobody's making the NVIDIA chip. Are they trying to find these TPUs? That story came out, whatever. They've thrown everything. I mean, no sales to China. They've thrown everything at NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has done nothing but go sideways and keep consolidating through all the bad news. Through the storm, it's still here.
The China thing was like, again, it was a lot of noise. Like people want to be right? So they come, oh, look what I found, DeepSeek and China, and now we can't sell their chips. And then the minute they can't sell the chips in China, they just turn around and sell them to somebody else that they can sell them to because there's such high demand and demand is not going away. And so, you could say if you want to be conservative, demand's going to continue until at least there's a change in the administration, but I don't even think that it stops there because we've got to win this battle and you've got to win it on all the layers of AI, not just in the chip sector, but it's the chips, it's the database, the data centers, it's the software, and NVIDIA is a major player in all that, and they have such a market share. Their platform is everywhere. So like, what are you going to do? You're just going to go start using other chips. I mean, I think like AMD is a really interesting play too, because they've really got high compute chips and they're, fulfilling demand in other places. And, where NVIDIA just doesn't have the capacity to fill supply, but like, that's another great company. Like that's another place where the industry's moving and they're making a dent and they have a lot of market share that they can incrementally win over time, which is going to be good for growth for them. So like, I'm still not off of, where the money's going. And so if the money is going there, I want to be there.
Yeah, and you hit on a couple other things, like cybersecurity, I think is a really interesting one too, because there was a headline just the other day that, Anthropic's offering it for free. And I see this comment in the chat, like there's been free kind of alternatives to Microsoft Office for decades. And I actually agree with this take from Jarrett here, because, people are still using Microsoft Office. It's still, one of the best in an enterprise level, one of the best things out there. And yeah, maybe you can use some AI to do some cybersecurity stuff, but we saw how important cybersecurity is when it comes to, like, I mean, you mentioned that when wasn't all the airlines, but half the airlines on the globe got shut down for half a day when CrowdStrike had that thing happen about 18 months ago or so. It just seems like I just don't see like cybersecurity going anywhere. Every website I log into, I see, there's cybersecurity there, and I see like Cloudflare, I see that pop up, TiggerNet, I see that, like, verify who you are and all this stuff. I mean, and I know you guys have a basket over it. I'm just curious, that news that came out from Anthropic of, well, this Anthropic's able to do some, cybersecurity vulnerability stuff. AI, is it a threat to cybersecurity? I guess I'm curious where you fall there, because it seems like, CrowdStrike and some of these big names that are just integral parts aren't going anywhere. Maybe some AI can help some smaller businesses. I'm just curious where you're at on that.
If you're like sitting in your garage and you're a mom and pop shop somewhere and you need some cyber and you can get it for free, that's great. Think about like GDocs, right? And what Google tried to do to Microsoft, right? And they built out that whole suite and they gave it away for free, and everybody started dabbling with it, and they did it mostly personally, for various different things, and things were going back and forth. And then what did Google do? It wasn't free anymore. All of a sudden they're like, oh, you're out of memory. You can't even see your doc anymore unless you like pay us all this money. And people are like, what? Like, and then try to integrate that into your business when you work for a larger firm or a more integrated business. You can't. And when you think about compliance and all of this other stuff, right? So my point is, they could take a dent away from it, but some of this stuff is so deeply ingrained. Like, what are you going to be, JP Morgan, and you're going to go, let's go to the free Anthropic cybersecurity? I mean, that's never going to happen. Like, like all of a sudden the big banks are going to be like, we could get this for free from Anthropic. Oh yeah, let's do it. Fidelity, like, think of all these institutions that rely on all of these like major they're never just going to go get free stuff. They can't afford to do that. The information that they protect is too important. So I again, I do think, like, for mom and pop shops, small businesses, if you're doing something personally, like, all that stuff is great. But, eventually you get to a level where you need serious, a serious operation. And I don't think that they're going to be able to do that for free. And again, let me tell you something. The day that they got mass adoption, they won't be able to do it for free. And why would they? You beat me to it. I was trying to get unmuted. I'm at like a friend's house, right, over the weekend, and I'm watching Tulsa King on Paramount Plus. Now at home, I have the Paramount Plus where it's like, no commercials. He doesn't have the one with the commercials. So there's like 52 commercials. Like, I'm like, do you pay for this? He's like, yeah, but I don't pay for but I'm like, you pay for this and you're still getting commercials? Like, dude, either don't, like, why
makes no sense.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's annoying. So my point is, like, eventually, you got to get to a place where you're either going to go with the big boys or you're not. And you're not going to get the same level that you want unless you pay for it, right? So, and Tulsa King is much better without commercial. If you haven't watched Tulsa King, I just started watching it last week. It's unreal. It's unreal. Sly
is it good? I've seen people talking about it. I haven't checked it out yet.
Sly is back, and he is, like, every once in a while he starts talking, and I can hear Rocky in him. I'm like, this is great.
That's funny stuff.
No,
did we talk about,
like, all these things are bouncing back, and I think, like, from my and then if you look at crypto, right? Like, everybody's trying to predict the cycle, everybody's trying to predict the bottom. Very, very hard to do. Had a lot of discussions about crypto, a lot of discussions about where the bottom is, thinking about the 4-year cycle. Oh, it can't be. Everybody always says it's different, but it's not different. But then if you looked at the RSIs on crypto, they got to such a level that it looked like they were trading during COVID. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me, because, again, Joe Kernan, I got to give traditional media props here. Joe Kernan said it better than anybody I could see last week when it was at trading at 60,000. He said, it's just really funny. All these, gold bugs and silver bugs, and I believe there's a place for both. they're declaring victory over Bitcoin. He said, but a few years ago, they were both trading. Bitcoin and gold was trading at 1,800. At its peak, gold went to 5,500. At its peak, Bitcoin went to 126,000. Now, when Bitcoin crashed to 60 and gold crashed to 4,700, again, the gold bugs claimed victory. He's like, how is that possible? Like, how is that possible? And I agree with him. Like, you would, if you put, let's just say you were speculative and you put $10,000 into gold and $10,000 into Bitcoin at 1,800, you're still doing a lot better with Bitcoin at 60,000, even though it got demolished and even though it's volatile. You can't claim victory on that. You could say there's a place for both of them in your portfolio, but you can't claim victory. And so I also listened to the entire MicroStrategy call. Super impressive. And I don't think people understand the operating model. And I don't think people understand how they're using Bitcoin to back their credit. And I was amazed at how solvent they could be for a long period of time and how diligently they're working on this stuff. And the interesting thing to me is, you know, when you look at the various different instruments they have, if you look at a MicroStrategy, it's starting to lead Bitcoin again. That's something for traders and investors to look at. It's starting to lead crypto. Even on a day like today where crypto isn't like crazy, it's been hovering around the 70,000, 69,000, 71,000 mark. I think MicroStrategy's up again after having a big move up on Friday. And, I think it'll lead. And the reason why I think it'll lead is this. It led on the way down. It was coming down well before Bitcoin really made its serious move down. You had that mass liquidation, but MicroStrategy had been coming down a lot before that. But then when Bitcoin bounced back, MicroStrategy never really bounced. It continued to lead down, and that's because people were using it as a hedge, right? So if the move in Bitcoin is going to go up, I think people will jump into something like MicroStrategy to use it as leverage up, and Bitcoin will follow. And that's a different kind of idea, but that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm sort of seeing how that plays out. And we'll, whether I'm right or wrong, we'll it's yet to be determined. But you're starting to see a move in MicroStrategy off very, very low lows. And I don't think there's anything structurally wrong with it. I think the way that they've structured the business today, they can withstand a downturn for a long period of time, much lower than where Bitcoin is now, because of the reserve that they built and because they have the ability to pay out. So, again, I think, get through the noise, find the opportunities. And I think they're out there in a serious way now.
Yeah, I didn't listen to the earnings call at all, but I'm curious. What did you see in that earnings call that gets you feeling a little more bullish?
He broke down the credit structure. He broke down how solvent they are. He informed everybody about the risks and how they're looking at them. And he also, put it to the fact that it was a long, long presentation. And he put it to the fact that, he cannot predict with certainty where the price of Bitcoin is going to go on a short-term basis, but he has his beliefs on where it's going to go long-term. If you believe in where it's going to go long-term, and I happen to be a believer in it, in that it's up, you don't have to worry about the downside. Now, if Bitcoin goes to zero, yeah, they have no business. And if you believe Bitcoin's going to go to zero, you shouldn't touch the thing. But I don't think Bitcoin is zero.
Do you think there's a or go ahead, Em. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Bitcoin is so oversold right now. It broke down out of a consolidation. It got down to the next level, the one I was looking for. I traded it upside from at 60K back to 70K. And I'm just letting it consolidate here a little bit. But crypto, it feels like it's due for a bounce. software, maybe some risk assets, a lot of things, kind of just de-risking across the board. But it seems a little bit overdone. Again, similar to software, it just seems a little bit overdone.
Yeah, and if you look at the move down and you like literally retrace like the moves prior in the cycles, it's just been an accelerated move. Like look where it bounced here, look where it consolidated here, right? That took a little bit of a longer period of time. We did all that in a very quick period of time, and we know that the quicker the down move, usually the more reflexive the rebound. Right? If it takes a long time to come down, then it's normally like takes a long time to come back up. But the move, you could almost take the move of prior like cycles and like transpose it over the other ones. And
right.
You can see we did that relatively quickly. So I don't know, like, again, for me, I don't know how to time Bitcoin. I just know how to dollar cost average into it. I think like, I'm not really scared that it's going to zero. I think it's here to stay. I think there's too many institutions that are backing it. I think governments are interested in it. I also listened to Peter Schiff this week on Tucker Carlson. He's just kind of, I like the guy. I think he's smart in so many ways. So I don't want to like put him down or beat him up. He's a smart guy, but he's so biased to gold. He started talking about gold's industrial use. I was like, there's no industrial use for, nobody uses gold for conductivity, like in electricity or anything. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why would you, when copper's way cheaper and when like no one's going to use it for an industrial use? So, and it's not portable, and it's not like everybody says gold is money. No, it's a store of value, but it's not money. Like until it gets tokenized, you cannot use gold for money. Like the tiniest amount of gold, who's gonna cash that out for me at like, if I go buy an iced tea at the coffee shop, like what am I gonna do with gold? I can't do anything with it. And again, like I said, the minute I pull out my gold, I'm in New York City right now. The minute I pull out my gold, I'm gonna get jacked up. I'm gonna get robbed.
Just walk around with your gold bar.
Yeah.
What is your take on gold and silver right now? I know a lot of people obviously have been seeing the craziness, and obviously way overdone. We talked about it a little bit on the way up, and then that crazy sell off consolidation. Gold had a similar thing kind of happen back here, where it was September, where gold kind of took off, came back in, and just consolidated for quite a while. But it took, almost 2-3 months of consolidation to get back out of that little spot down there. Let me delete this off, make it a little bit easier to see.
I think like everybody's touting that we got to 50,000 on the Dow. We know why we got to 50,000 on the Dow. We got to 50,000 on the Dow because there's the thought that we're going to continue to print money. We're going to, like whenever there's inflation, I don't care if it's 2%, 3%, 9%, whatever it is, like that, we flood the system, money goes into the markets, and I don't think that that's going to stop. And so if all of that's going to happen, I think the long-term prospect for gold is at worst stable. You might see some consolidation. You might see it come down a little bit. It always does. But it's stable to up because we're going to devalue our currency. This administration wants growth at all costs, which means that you have to have some kind of inflation. You got to devalue the currency. They're going to try as hard as they can. And all that said, I think the housing sector, I don't think Trump gets what he wants out of the housing sector because I've talked about this in other places. I don't think he understands how mortgage rates come down. Maybe he does, but he's not articulating it well. But mortgage rates don't come down because Warsh lowers the interest rates, which he's okay with lowering interest rates. That's how money gets moved between institutions and things like that and opens up liquidity for them. But it doesn't make interest rates come down. The way that interest rates come down is massive expansion of the balance sheet and buying bonds. When the government, when the Fed buys bonds and backs that system, they come down. And Kevin Warsh's history is not one of expanding the balance sheet. It's shrinking the balance sheet and, in fact, staying away from the balance sheet. It's not making purchases on the open market. And so I could see a scenario where like there's a lot of liquidity in the system in one side and mortgage rates stay high. And, the issue with housing doesn't get settled that way. So I think, when you look at that, what would be a better place to park assets? It's not in real estate, in my opinion, unless you've already been in and you've already got rent rolls and all of that stuff, and you're earning income off of it. Like those people will always be fine. They just won't be able to pull any equity out the way that they have for years and years and years. But like for me, a better place to keep a stable value would be in, something like a gold or something like a Bitcoin, whose actual assets will appreciate over time, versus something like real estate, which, if we don't expand the balance sheet or continue to expand the balance sheet aggressively, I don't see rates coming down. I don't see, again, just my opinion. I'm not saying that I've gotten it right. All I'm saying is it's not as liquid as of a market, and unless interest rates come way, 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 way down, mortgage rates I'm talking about,
right?
People are not going to go out in the market and bid up homes. They're too expensive, even if interest rates come down.
Yeah, you need the 10-year and the 30-year to come down, because that's what those mortgage rates are based off of. And the point there is a lot of people were able to take a lot of equity out of their homes. They got a lot of extra equity through the COVID times, and interest rates being sub 3 on a 30-year mortgage. And then even for like your secondary, your second mortgages or your home equity lines of credit and stuff like that, a lot of people were able to get really, really good rates. And now those rates are much higher. So even like I know a lot of builders that they're only building like custom homes right now because they can't really make any money off the spec homes, because they're paying 8-9% for a commercial loan or a construction loan to build a house, and because it's not primary residence, obviously. So they're getting 8-9%. They don't have the same margins there, so they're saying, well, we'll go build custom homes instead of just your cookie cutter neighborhood homes right now. So yeah, I mean the real estate market I think is really interesting, and just gluing your point together there. I like the idea, and I think that's part of the reason why we've seen some people go into gold and silver as well, which has some other factors to it. But with gold, and people saying, okay, either we're going to keep printing money until something's different, I'm going to stay over here. And right now, the liquidity around gold is definitely there compared to like real estate, where it's just not moving a whole lot right now. So I agree with you.
Supply demand, and they're like, oh, if we just had more builders, if the builders just built more, that's a false premise too, because the builders are the worst when it comes to affordability, because they are capitalized. So they come out and they build, and they just hold. They hold at whatever price they want to sell it, and the way that they increase their margins is by poor construction and by poor materials. And so I hear stories in New York City and all these places where, the weather got bad on new construction and pipes are bursting. And it's like, why is that happening on a new construction home? It's because they're not using the same quality materials that they should be using, because they got to create margins, because commodities have gone up. And so when they're building, it costs them more. So now they're using worse quality, but they're saying it's luxury. And then, you buy this thing and it's not what it was intended to be at a high price. So people are starting to get educated on that. They're starting to get smart on that. And I think, it takes a long time to change the sentiment around real estate and home buying and things like that. The way that the market gets more capacity, in my opinion, is not just building more. It is when people are willing to sell their homes because they believe that they can then relocate at a better value. And we are so far from that. So far from that.
I want to go one little step further here. Obviously, a lot of traders in our chat and a lot of people wanting to trade the gold and silver trade right now. Miners is a big subject over here, and I know you guys have a silver miners ETF. I pulled up the gold miners as well, EUMI. What are your thoughts on the miners, and how much research have you done around there? Because I know a lot of people are looking at the miners. They're a lot higher beta, but from everything that I'm hearing from people much smarter than me or much more research than me in the field are saying these miners are priced in way lower, from the spot price, and the profitability levels should really be there, and that it could really be a good trade.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in how they execute and what the earnings are, but it looks like they're, firing on all cylinders. So we really like the miners. And you could see that is holding its own in an environment where, gold has had some volatility, right? And so we like the miners a lot. We like the silver miners. We like copper miners. Like I talked about copper a lot. Copper's really doing well this year. It is a place where, there's definite industrial use. Again, go back to the biggest player in the space, NVIDIA. They've been talking about copper, all the copper components that are going into their new racks for the hyperscale data centers. Like I really like copper here. I like, the gold miners. They are set to profit at much, much lower. I think for gold, like their operating costs are somewhere between like 1,300 and 1,800. I mean, look where gold's trading. Same thing for silver. They're operating at a cost way above where they want to, where they're operationally efficient. And so I think, all of these are in a really good place. And then when it comes to copper, demand is going to be up. And so I really like copper here. And you can see it's been less volatile for sure. And in a really nice, what I would consider a really nice, better chart than the others because it never went parabolic. So I really like those places. We're talking about miners right now. I've talked on lots of different places about humanoid robotics and how you could get a tech investment stream that is totally different than the AI movement because of where all the expertise in robotics is. Look at that year-to-date return. I hope people listen to me a little bit because, again, even if you scroll down that page and you look at where the sectors are, and it's organic, it's based on the criteria of the index. But if you go to like where the holdings are, you're going to see a lot of names in South Korea. Go to the country breakdown. All right. If you go to the country breakdown, like 31% is in South Korea. Like you're getting exposure to China. You're getting exposure to the US, but it's like spread.
That's crazy. Wow.
And, you don't have the same type of factors when you're looking for a return stream as you do when you're looking at, the ups and downs of the US. So I really, really like humanoid robotics right now because of where the work is being done. And because look, we are moving towards humanoid robotics. That's it. Like it's early stages of that build out. And I think it's relatively sort of ignored.
I was chatting. Go ahead and answer that one first. Is Tesla in there?
Tesla is not in this portfolio. I don't think. If you go to all the holdings, I can go to all the holdings, but there's a spreadsheet of all the holdings. I'll take a look while we're doing this, but I don't know if it was in here. And it just may be because it doesn't fit the criteria. But hold on, let me.
Yeah,
I see it. It's way. I think I see it down here.
What's the weight on it?
The holdings.
You see it?
I'd be shocked if it wasn't, but
I see it like second to the bottom of the sheet here.
I'll find it for you in 1 second.
Weightings 3.67.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeing here.
And I think probably a reason for that is because while they have Optimus, it's not all about robotics. It's there's various different layers to what they're doing at Tesla, which gives it a lower weighting. But again, that's why the criteria is so important. I think people who are interested in anything should really go to the documents page here and check out the index methodology summary. And I think that will help them make a decision about whether this is a separate return stream.
Yeah, this one's really interesting. The robotics, I'm super bullish robotics, period. This is BOTT for anybody that's wanting to look at this. You can go to themes ETFs to look at this one, or if you're on leverage shares, click the themes. It's at the top there. The one thing that I was noticing when I was looking into this one the other day was all of the, like you mentioned, South Korea. South Korea is vastly outperforming almost the entire world right now. When you look at like a lot of the emerging markets, ex-US, a lot of these, other countries and indices are doing very well, and Korea is like one of the top of the ones that I looked at. And then this morning I was just in here with chat. We were talking about some of the robotics and stuff. I think maybe somebody mentioned, Ridge Tech Robotics, because that's the one a lot of people know here in the US. And I was saying, like, I keep hearing about some of these Korean companies and Taiwanese and even some names over in Hong Kong that are, doing fantastic, and the charts look really good and everything. I'm just curious, do you have any favorite names maybe that's in this portfolio that you're really like outside of, obviously bot's kind of a, all-encompassing thing for a lot of the robotics theme. You were showing us that on the sector breakdown, and the country breakdown. But I'm just curious, are there any names in here that really stick out to you, whether they're
US? That I'm like a huge fan of like NVIDIA, and I see NVIDIA is in the top holding. So obviously, I'd be lying if I didn't say that I was, very interested in NVIDIA. And as a whole, I don't really generally. I'm not specific to any one specific company inside of our bot holdings. The whole design of a thematic ETF is to get exposure to the sector.
Right.
So that's the reason why, like I said, it's a passive portfolio. We really worked hard on redesigning the index. Prior to last year, this was what we called a robotics portfolio, and it wasn't humanoid. We've changed that over to humanoid, and again, because it's passive, we tend to work off of the criteria versus pinpointing individual names.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had a favorite one over there. There's so many good companies, and the point you just made there, I think, is the important thing to drill home is, hey, this is to get exposure to the entire theme. That's why they're called, theme ETFs, right? Thematic ETFs, because it's not just, hey, these 4 companies make robotics. It's, hey, they got to use NVIDIA for the AI side of getting the robotics, the robots to actually work. There's little pieces of, how do they make the robots here? Like who, what materials need to go into here? The energy pieces, the battery pieces, all those things, as well as all the companies developing the actual technology. So it's the entire basket that you're looking at. So I think that was a really good point to kind of reiterate.
Yep.
Just some quick stats too. That ticker bought up over 110% in the past 2 years, just 31.94% in the past month or last month. That was the gains.
Dude, look at this.
Why it's
absolutely
outperforming. And it's interesting. Like the reason why I think thematics work is because they give you that separate return stream from robotics. People think about robotics and they think about Tesla, and I don't think that they shouldn't think about Tesla like right away because of the autonomous driving and all those various different things and so on and so forth. But there's a lot more work that's being done. So I'm not saying get out of your Tesla, because Tesla's a beast and they're doing so many other things. But when you're trying to pinpoint exposure, what you need is a basket of companies that are like specific to that theme or to that sector. And that's why we think, a concentrated portfolio, high conviction portfolio in that particular theme or sector works.
Guys, if you're just joining in the stream here, hanging out with Paul, talking about all kinds of great stuff in the market. It's always a pleasure to have Paul on here sharing his thoughts, for especially most of you guys I know are traders. A lot of you guys are investors as well. You should be. If you're trading the markets, you should be investing in the markets as well. We really appreciate Paul and all his thoughts here. Been going for 45 minutes of just great content. Paul, I always love having you come on here with us. I see some nice comments in the chat here as well. I agree with. I was looking at this one though, like a couple names. Maybe we'll kind of close up shop on the conversation with these. Oracle. Any thoughts on Oracle and the data center thing? They came off just from a technical perspective. This is the 200-week moving average right here that it finally got to, and I can delete some stuff just to make this a little bit easier to see here, but there's a 200-week moving average that we're bouncing off of, just absolutely punished from the top with some questions about the debt and the spend maybe and stuff like that. Any takes around Oracle? Is Oracle, ready for a bounce? I mean, it's super oversold. Surely it's ready for just technically a bounce off that 200-week moving average. But do you like Oracle?
Yeah, I would put it in the same area as like a ServiceNow. Like if you held it for all that time, well then, like shame on you. You should have had some kind of trigger that was going to get you out of it as it was crashing down. But again, like to me, Oracle is an incredible business, and I think it's the baby getting thrown out with the bathwater here, and it's starting to get to some really oversold levels. You pointed out before with some of the bounces and other things. Like look at that line that it hit. It's always bounced off that line. So again, if you were buying it up at the pinnacle of that parabolic move, which again I always say, like look at that parabolic move. Did you not think you were going to go parabolic and not get a correction? So if you liked it there and you were not, like, you got to love it here because it is way, way, way oversold. And I think this thought that, software is now obsolete is way overdone. So yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting place to start a position in Oracle, even if you're just a trader. This looks like a good risk reward place for me. And if you're an investor longer term, I think this is a good entry point for sure.
And the other one that was mentioned here, and I love the thoughts on Oracle there. The other one that is PLTR, and I know you guys have PLTG on this one.
Yep.
PLTR, here's your weekly chart. Another thing that went parabolic. And if you loved it, you just kind of mentioned it. If you loved it higher, or you liked it higher, you should love it down here. If nothing fundamental about the company has changed, which I really don't think anything fundamental has changed. They're just kind of overdone. And I personally, I don't like buying things that have, gone 20x in the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
But once they come back down and kind of get a reasonable, start to get reasonable again, then I'm getting a little bit more interested. And I see Palantir, and Palantir seems to be kind of a one of one type of company. Curious your take on Palantir.
You just said it. So it's a one of one type of company. They are trusted around the world globally with every single government, and then they're taking that over the enterprise side. I've always referred to Palantir as like a Tesla, because when you look at the valuations, I think that's what spooks people. It's the valuation and how far out ahead of itself the price has gotten versus the actual fundamentals. But you're going to have to make that decision. Is it like a Tesla that has historically always traded, well beyond what people would consider a reasonable valuation? And, so like Chanos was to Tesla what Michael Burry is to Palantir, right? And, you're going to have to make a decision because Michael Burry got a really massive call that enriched him greatly in 2008, right? Are you going to believe everything he says? Or do you believe that Palantir can grow into its valuation and beyond? I've been a big Palantir fan for a long time. I owned it at a much lower price personally. I actually did get out of it in the 170s, high 170s, right? And I rotated into something else because it did have a parabolic move. And, whenever I see something like that, to me, it's like, okay, have I earned enough on it? Yeah. Do I want to maybe go into something else? Yeah. And am I willing to take that stance? But I've been watching it as it comes down, and it gets more and more interesting to me. I think it's also caught up in both the AI skepticism and the software skepticism. But if you've been waiting for an opportunity to get into Palantir, this might be a good place to inch in. And we're just going to have to see how that plays out. We're getting a little bit of a reflexive rebound right now. See how it shakes out. See how the noise shakes out. But it's an unbelievable company that is performing at a high level. You can't really find anything wrong with its revenue, its earnings, or its guidance growth. So I think this is one of those rare companies that is just really, really positioned well. And as long as they continue to gain customers and gain revenue and increase their earnings, I think it's one of those things that sometimes you just have to grit your teeth and bear it and embrace the volatility, and pick and choose your spots. Again, if you didn't get out of it at 170, 180, 190, you should be looking to potentially either hold on or maybe dollar cost average in here.
Yeah, and if you're trading it, I mean, like you said, a reflexive move, a super popular company, a one-of-one company that's been selling off, you're going to get nice bounces for the traders as well. And if you're worried about the options, check out PLTG, of course.
And you got to love these
leverage shares.
founder-led companies. I mean,
Yes, founder-led.
He is very passionate about the business. He's energetic. He works tirelessly. He works incredibly hard. And, I wouldn't bet against him. I wouldn't bet against Carp. And a lot of people have, and it hasn't worked out for him.
Yeah, a lot of people bet against Elon. That didn't work out very well for them. Carp seems to be similar.
He's got a niche business in a big space. And what I mean by that is like nobody else does exactly what they do. And
defense right now. Defense just seems like defense. I mean, we've talked about this in the other spaces. I know you guys have even, you got NATO going on over there because of how much we think defense spending is going to look like as it moves from like what we saw, I guess, military look like 10, 15 years ago and beyond to what it is today going forward. It looks like a complete overhaul. And even more spending.
He's very unique in data. He's very unique in defense. He's very unique in AI. He's very unique in software. And it's formed this sort of moat around what Palantir does that when they go out to either enterprise companies or in the public sector, nobody believes that anybody could do quite what they do. And when you look at, again, what the United States does militarily, a lot of that has to do with Palantir.
Yep, super interesting, Paul. Appreciate you as always. Anything that we haven't maybe touched on that you wanted to mention today, or any updates from leverage shares, from themes, anything going on?
Just got a lot in the hopper. We got some more funds coming out next week on the leverage side. And what I would say is, don't sleep on financials. Just don't sleep on financials. Our GSIB portfolio of the largest systemically important banks, I still think they're positioned really well for any environment. And I think they do too. So aerospace and defense, NATO, you mentioned, and GSIB. The thing that I like about both of those is they do really great in high performing markets, but they're also defensive plays. If you're a skeptic. So, I think we covered a lot. Oh, and the other thing that I would say is, you mentioned you're showing the screen right now. So like Dragon, Chinese generative artificial intelligence. There was an interview with Jensen Huang over the weekend around the Super Bowl. And, he's talking about how far advanced they are. And, this also took a little bit of a hit with everything that was going on in the US, but it didn't get crushed. If you look, the performance is still positive, right? So if you're, thinking about, the AI movement, China is a huge part of it. And I don't think it can be ignored. And they are isolated, so they have to do it on their own. So, don't sleep on Chinese AI. Don't sleep on the large financials. I think, they're positioned very well for any kind of market environment.
Absolutely. A couple great things to keep on the radar there. Hope you guys were taking notes. Make sure you can go to themesetfs.com and see the different ones here. One of the things that I personally like is the fact that you can kind of get access to investing in, these companies that are in Hong Kong, that are in Korea and other places, just kind of directly through an ETF.
Huge to me.
To me, that's one of the most attractive things there. And then obviously you have a team of professionals, Paul and his team over there, putting together these baskets and managing them for you for the investment side of things. And then of course the leverage shares, go to leverage shares ETF or leverage shares.com to check out all the different ETFs, all these daily leverage ones, PLTG. doing great today. The Palantir 2X leverage one, a couple of the other ones. Hood I saw was up really big today as well. HOOG, all of those. Paul, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming on, spend some time with us, and educating our audience a little bit, sharing your thoughts.
Anytime, my pleasure, guys. Look forward. I think I'm on with Wolf later today too, talking all things crypto. So that'll be fun.
Ooh, beautiful. All right, well, take a look for that one. And if you miss it live, obviously all those spaces are recorded as well. So, Paul, I'll try to catch it live. If I can't, I'll definitely be looking to listen back to your thoughts deeper there. I'm glad I kind of got the first dose here because we're better than the rest of the Wolf crew. You can tell them that I said that.
Thanks, guys.
No, I love that.
All right, man.
Take care, Paul.
Bye.
Have a great one, Paul. Big shout out, leverage shares.
Yeah,
That's
shout out
cool,
leverage
baby.
shares. Let's get back
Take
a look at the markets.
Good.
We haven't done a whole lot. Got a few red candles in a row, kind of topped out there around where we thought we might. We're sitting on the 21 EMA on the 5-minute chart here. So typically first touch of the 21, I'm kind of looking to buy. I know KC may be thinking the same thing, but I think it's tough when you're up this much on the second day in a row in a kind of a slow grindy market here. So we'll see kind of see what happens. I do have to jump here in a couple minutes. Jordan, KC, Frank will be hanging out here with you. I don't know if Frank's still here or not. I heard some background noise earlier. But KC should be back on here. Jordan's hanging out with you guys. I'm going to host small caps for about an hour, a little bit more. And then I'll be back for the afternoon. Honestly, not looking to do a whole lot.
I'm not looking to do anything, but
I did re-short on Vest a little bit during that conversation and covered it back. I probably could have held it a little bit more, but I was down like $60, so I wanted to make some of it back. So now I'm just down $15 on that. I took a trade over there just to try to help like Maria and look through it with everyone just live, and wasn't a trade that I really wanted to be on, and I just kept adding to it to try to weasel my way out of it. So we got back out 15. That's down $15. We're gonna leave that one alone for a little bit. I just don't see a whole lot of trades I like. I did sell some call spreads a little bit ago. I sold the 69.90s. Got a $1.70 credit. Those are up about just over 50-60%, so I'll probably be closing those out here pretty soon just to make sure we lock in profit in case something happens here. But yeah, that's my thoughts right now. And I tell you what, let's go, Nate. Boy, look at this paper hand,
super
Jordan.
chat, baby. I know. Look at that,
Nate.
Dude,
actually, Nate, you look at this. Too, Nate was here. Look at this paper hand. Hey, this was a good trade. This was $2,500. I bought 5 and 5, so I was in 10 MNQs. 977 average is right here, and took 100 points, and then I took a gap fill, basically 160 points, and then we got out, and now we're just chilling.
Great trade, baby.
We're chilling.
Yeah, I did something similar.
Can't be upset about that. And obviously, I had two trades last night on the short side. So I don't know. I want to short this back down, but it just seems a little what's the term I'm looking for? Seems a little too frothy. All right, I gotta jump. Shout out Nate, super chat. Chat's been active. I know a lot of you guys probably went to lunch. Hope you guys enjoyed Paul's thoughts there. We really appreciate him coming on and sharing market thoughts. I get smarter every time I listen to him.
Oh yeah, he's always got some great thoughts. I mean, we always talk about topics that in news and stuff that I'm usually like not hitting throughout the day. So it's nice to get familiar with some of the things that are going on. Yeah. This is the play I took this morning, if anybody was wondering. Pretty simple. I was actually wanting to see if we could move a little bit lower before we actually got this. I was looking to trade out of this 15-minute gap that we had here, but we never had to test it. But this morning, took out that London low, got a nice reaction from that instantly. I didn't really have any entry criteria down here, though, which is why I didn't get any trades here. But as soon as we were starting to chug towards this London high, I was like, okay, it looks pretty high probable that we're going to go take out these London highs and then potentially that Asia, which is always, you know, my target. That's always what I'm looking for the most part. So with that thought process, we had this 5-minute gap that opened up, which I don't have drawn at the moment, but I'll draw it again right here. We had this 5-minute gap open up. So my thesis was, hey, if we're going to continue into these highs, we will respect this. It's as simple as that. If we are going to go to these highs, we are going to respect this gap. We should not run through it, right? And if we run through it, I know I can probably expect these lows to come back into play. And so that was my line in the sand, that 5-minute fair value. And if you drop down to a 2-minute, I was looking for a smaller time frame entry actually down here, but I never got it. So we had this 2-minute bearish gap, got closed above, turns into inverse. I took entry here on that, was that 180, 150. My risk was to the bottom of this down close candle. And yeah, target was, I could have targeted that Asia high, but to be honest, if I targeted that Asia high and went break even at London high, I would have gotten stopped at break even and made no money today. Instead, I just took it as a 1-to-1, was able to secure that profit right at the top here, literally sold the top of that that candle pretty much, and then took that dip back down to break even. So great trade. I'm happy with it this morning. That's all I'm doing for the day. I got nothing else I'm doing except for just chilling with you guys and watching the charts. So pretty simple morning. It was a little hairy when it came to bias this morning. I was kind of initially looking for a move lower, but it was really whatever the market wanted to do. We had bigger time frame PD arrays on both sides of us. It was a matter of just what the market wanted to decide and basically take the opposite. I'm just playing with Vest. That's all I'm doing the rest of the day. Try and pass that jewel. Let's go. Yeah, have some fun on Vest. I think those accounts are still 50% off, so shout out Code Wolf. Maybe take a combine off automation and try and pass it. There we go. Silver still up. And CoreWeave getting that continuation today. Just doing good. Netflix hit that gap fill. Sold off this morning. But right into what? Right into the close of that February 4th candle. We had not filled that gap yet. Now that is filled. You're seeing some gap fill buyers step in off that. So I don't hate it. But I also like to see us really run through this order flow here to get any upside. There's another one I was looking at that was down good. I forget. I forget what I was looking at. Which fair value gap is yesterday's close and today's open? It's not a fair value gap. It's just a normal gap. But yes, right. Well, it wasn't yesterday's close and today's open on Netflix, but it was Wednesday's close from last week. And then today's open. So we just had this gap from Wednesday last week to Thursday that never had previously filled. So we just dropped down and filled that this morning. We did have a new day opening gap on NQ today, which I was hoping, I saw it last night, and I was hoping it would hold up until the morning so we could play it. But clearly, overnight, they shorted and filled that gap here. But those new week opening gaps are always amazing to play. That's always going to be the highest probability draw on liquidity for the day, if it's there. If there is a new week opening gap, new day opening gap. That is always strongest draw in liquidity for me, majority of the time. I was crying in my beer last week, blew my XFAs, got patient, inspired by Jordy's missed trade last week, and watched him sit on his hands even though he whined a bit. Yes, I did. I was pissed off. Back to 5 XFAs today. Let's go, bro. See, I mean, it's so hard to do sometimes, and it's so hard to get yourself in that mode of accepting a loss. But it really just comes down to not letting those bad days get bad, man. I mean, we can have red trades. You guys see me. I took that lot, or what? I don't even remember what it was that day. It was either I missed the trade. I think I missed the trade and I didn't end up taking anything. You got to be okay with that happening. It's as simple as that. You have to be okay with that happening. You have to be okay with you getting stopped out on a position, maybe hitting break even on a position, and then you have to get back in on a re-entry, right? It's part of trading. And it sucks, but as long as you can keep yourself from blowing all your accounts and having those really nasty drawdown days, you're going to survive. There's another day, right? You missed a good one. Yeah, that was when I missed that that short, I believe. I believe it was a short. It was. I remember now. Phenomenal play. That was a great play. But we missed it. We moved on. Right? We accepted the fact that we missed it, and I didn't go back and try and revenge trade or over trade or any of that. I said, you know what? That was my opportunity for the day, and I didn't get it. Sucks to be me today. Wrap it up, come back the next day, and that day is completely forgotten from my mind now, really, right? Because all the amazing days we've had since then, it's just erased, right? You don't care about it anymore. The hardest part is just sitting through that day, right? Especially early in the morning, you take a loss, you have the whole rest of the day, right? It's like, I got to get off the charts. That's what the best thing you can do is get off the charts, honestly, when that happens. I know that can be difficult for some people as well, but that'll save you some money. The I want to be right mentality was a hard one to come over, but trading becomes so much more consistent when you do. 100%. I don't need to be right. I don't give a shit about being right. I just care about making money, right? And playing my plan correctly. As long as I play my plan correctly and fall in love with the process, I'm going to get that money that I want, right? And the beautiful thing is the want to be right, it doesn't even need to live with me at all. I know statistically I'm going to win majority of the time throughout the year. If I just follow my plan, I know I'm going to win majority of the time. My strategy has told me that. It's not a big deal. I know I'm going to win. Can I fucking execute? That's what matters. If I told you right now, if I told you you're going to have $100,000 at the end of the year, I'm going to give it to you. All you have to do is take the same fucking model every day. Would you do it? Right? That's literally what is happening every day. But most people cannot follow that strict plan every single day. But if I told you were going to get 100 grand guaranteed, you'd probably fucking do it. That's how you have to operate every day. That's how you have to operate. I don't operate day by day. I don't operate even week by week. It's really more about that yearly. I know at the end of the year, I've already won. I just have to follow my rules each day to actually grab that gold medal at the end of the year, right? If I don't follow my rules, they're going to lock it up in a box and I can look at it, right? I can look at it. I can fantasize over it, but I'll never be able to grab it. Literally just be consistent with one fucking model, man. And you can kill it. But sometimes we have to go through that trial and error, and I understand that, right? you got to go through that trial and error of maybe making some mistakes and realizing, okay, maybe Jordan was right, or maybe some of these other people that I've listened to were right, and I can't do these things. I can't just show up and expect to make money every day. My expectations are so low every day I come in. I expect to not see what I want. I expect to not get any trades. I expect to not put any risk on until the market's screaming at me with opportunity telling me to. Which is the complete opposite of majority of retail. Majority of retail is waking up freaking super antsy to take trades, right? They expect to make money. They expect to have a good day. I don't expect any of that. I just expect to play my plan. Win, loss, doesn't matter. I expect to play my plan. That's it. You do that, you focus on that, trading gets a lot less stressful. And you genuinely start winning more. I'm survival trading, so it's hard. How does the music sound like this? Sorry, I'm trying to turn my music on. I'll be back on my screen in a second. I need música. And you guys will see, like, this play is no different than anything I take every single morning. I'll just literally show you. Where's my trade path? Here, I'll show you guys. Look at it. Oh, I just stopped sharing completely. My bad. Oops. Hold on. There we go. So this is the month so far. You guys will see when I click into every trade, it's the same fucking thing every time. It's the same thing. Higher time frame for value gap delivery, sweep of liquidity, inverse for value gap. SMT is optional. If I have SMT, it makes it more high quality. Going in the morning, I was bullish due to us respecting higher time frame bullish for value gaps. I waited for a 5-minute for value gap to open up with London and Asia highs resting above and took 2-minute inverse out of that PD array, which was the highest time frame inverse in that manipulation leg. Targeted a 1-to-1, another beautiful morning. Watch, we go to the previous day. We go to Friday. It's the same thing. I took a loss originally, right? Took this first loss on this first short, exact same setup. We tapped into a 4-hour bearish for value gap, first inversion on the highest time frame. This was a 5-minute gap we had to retest. I would have gone break even at, right? Got stopped on that. That's all good. Nothing changed about my thesis. So what did I do? Waited for a re-entry. Re-entry came here to rebalance to the 5-minute that I was originally targeting. Went break even, right? It's the same play every time. It's just a matter of, the only difference is it continuation or is it reversal? If it's a reversal trade, I'm taking it out of a 1-hour or 4-hour for value gap. If it's a continuation trade, I'm taking it out of a 5 or 15-minute for value gap. Right? Second try on the short today, it worked out. After getting stopped, I stayed level-headed, waited for another possible re-entry since nothing about my plan for the market changed. Took a 1-minute inversion to rebalance to the 1-minute for value gap that we made, but I made a big mistake. We had a 5-minute. Long story short, I was telling myself I could have made more because we had a open 5-minute gap that I should have been targeting to rebalance, but I didn't notice it. So is what it is. Again, like, this is a no trade day. Another thing, this is same thing. I got break even on this short. It was the highest time frame inversion. Uh-oh. What the fuck just happened? I don't know what that was. Yeah, that got stopped out. That was a break-even stop, though. I just lost a little bit because of slippage. And then this is the trade right after, right? It's literally just over and over. I'm playing the same play. Found re-entry, same short I took previously to get to IB low. We had IB low data telling us we should rebalance to that. A- because there was no SMT. All I care about is repeatability, right? Blink twice if Gav is holding you hostage in PR. I need to tape my eyes open, bro. Yeah, we'll see where this month closes up. Right now, what? We're on like 35 on him. That's on the year. What's this month? Solid. 7.3 R is ridiculous. That'll probably drop down. This win rate should be higher too, but it's because my break-even trades are technically counted as losses because slippage. So. Oh my gosh. EMP's stats right now are ridiculous. Dude, that's insane. You think my 7R average win-loss is good? EMP's got a 21 average win-loss ratio. 21. Redonkulous. Crazy. Here's our boy Casey. What's good, baby?
What's up?
What's up? God, we're all just paper hands. Look
I
at
know,
that.
right?
Look at that shit. Nah, I'm happy with what I did. Wouldn't want to do anything different.
The Palantir 145 calls went in the money. I only have runners. So over $200 per contract gain on those from this morning.
Go.
Or
I want to know
is this,
Rizzo's
is
profit
this the
factor.
dip to buy to push it higher? Or are we starting to curl back lower, we think?
I really haven't been watching much, to be honest. Let's take a look. I mean,
I'm thinking about longing this back just on
back test
Qs.
this previous high. Yeah, we're holding this previous high. Problem is, I could have us drop anywhere in the zone, but I don't know. Looking so strong still. I feel like we could dip into this range a bit over here. 300s. But we're looking flaggy. Thanks for the transparency. Always nice to see that. Always happy to. Always happy to. I don't mind. I will, as soon as EMP gets back too, I will edit the video of me trading this morning. I know I didn't put that out yet. Don't worry. I am putting it out. I just need EMP to get back a little bit when he's back, and then we can edit that. Don't worry. I'm putting it out. It's going to be a pretty fast video. That TP came pretty quick.
Order filled.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't notice, it's not even the actual order filled sound that I use. I downloaded that and I put it in. I edit it in. Because mine on TradingView, it doesn't say order filled. It just does there's only sound effects.
Yeah.
So I just added in.
Let's see. Check out a few things. Shopify having a good day.
I'm telling EMP, I'm like, I know. Oh my gosh. I'm telling EMP, he's like, I'm like, bro, 21R is ridiculous. Mine's at 7 and I feel like God. 21 is outrageous. He said it won't stay there, which we all know. Of course it won't. It'll come down a bit, but still, just to get that in general is impressive as fuck.
Bear flag breakdown. Holding 21 EMA. What we gonna do?
KXIN went up 23% today after 150% short interest. KXIN.
Whoa! Ruggy! News. That's news. News.
No way.
Fucking look at this. Look at this candle.
Yeah, take it down to this hourly gap. We haven't tested this yet. We need to test this.
I'm about to
before going higher, in
fucking
my opinion.
long this thing.
Yeah, this is not a breakaway gap, Jordan. This is a bullish gap.
What's the news?
Nice and a new breakaway.
I know Will shorted the top.
Did he?
Oh yeah, he went
Makes him
short
roll the-
probably like an hour and a half ago.
I need to send Will the link.
It's good enough for a screenshot. It's good enough to trim.
No.
And you're gonna see my screenshot in just a second, Jordy.
I bet.
Because when I tell you that I longed the fuck out of it on the bottom of that candle, I longed the fuck out of it on the bottom of that candle.
Let's go.
I'm gonna send you the screenshot here in a second. I want to see if we can push up a little bit more and I'm close it out.
I bet.
Come on, a little bit more.
No headlines from him. Nothing. Just
It's freaking
just a
wild.
quick tap of order flow, real quick. This can get deleted. I don't even need this on my chart anymore. ES testing that hourly gap.
Was there a news headline for this?
I don't think so.
Just a crazy Trump housing investor ban faces congressional pushback. President Trump's proposal to ban Wall Street investors from buying single-family homes is hitting resistance in Congress. Lawmakers in both chambers, particularly Republicans, worry the ban could derail bipartisan. That's all I see too. All right, I'm out.
Highest time frame inversion, if we get one, will be on the 2-minute here. It's freaking tiny. So again, if we're going to go higher, should respect hourly order flow. Highest time frame inversion in this manipulation leg to the downside is 2-minute. It is respecting it bearish though. Did you guys catch that NQ flush down to 320s? No, I'm done trading for the day. I did exactly what I wanted this morning to the long side, and I have no reason to put on any more risk. Oh no. I did not.
Jordan, look at the group chat.
Oh, let me see.
If it went through, I just sent a screenshot.
Ooh, let's go. Is that on the 5 accounts?
Yeah, I did that on the copy trade one.
Oh. Cooking. That's a big day. Let's go. We like that.
Real quick.
Sure. Can I eat it with my son? She want love and I want war. Somebody commented on our X live stream. It was like another day, another pump and dump. It's like, bro,
Mhm.
You can't pump and dump NQ futures. I don't care if we had 500,000 people in the fucking stream telling them all buy the same spot. Doesn't matter. No way. We wouldn't even move a fucking buck in the world, dude. No chance. Mm-mm-mm. Is Netflix a no touch? Oh no, I don't dislike Netflix here.
I have equity
You made
right
an interesting
here.
low. Yeah, you made this interesting low, which I would have liked to see us just really instantly like run through this area here, but we didn't. So I was like, okay, we have this gap to fill, looking for that gap to fill. Now we filled that gap, and now we're seeing gap fill buyers off of that. So I'm interested to see right now. I mean, I don't hate Netflix. It could be a beautiful long from this gap fill. But what I really want to see next is, can we really like clear this area here and try and get moving into some of these highs previously? But I don't hate Netflix down here at all. You're dropping to previous year lows in giant yearly order flow. Nothing about sweeping previous year lows for me is super bearish. It's really just depending on the reaction that we see now, right? It's, if we just continue to fall through this with no long setups, yeah, this thing can just keep drilling, sure. But in this entire area, I have to be thinking bulls are going to look to step in somewhere. So I'm quite bullish at 2025 lows. And you see, as soon as we dropped into 2025 lows, I'll mark the level. As soon as we dropped into it, mark this as red. As soon as we drop into that, we start to see Netflix go a little bit more sideways. We had that extra day where we went down, but caught us, and we're just building structure sideways now. So not really bearish down here in the hole. I think it's tough to be bearish on it. Is PR weather closer to Florida or Cali? Florida for sure. I mean, we're only 3-hour flight from Florida. Oh, definitely Florida. Nice and humid, tropical. It's kind of gross out right now. I'm not gonna lie. That worked. I'll show you. It's a little. Oh shit! I'm about to knock everything over. It's a little nasty out there today. You know, it's a little cloudy, but still a vibe. I'm watching all the jet skiers right now, just out at the lagoon having a good time. Pretty cool. And we got Wi-Fi all good in my room. Watch, as I say that, stream just crashes. That would happen.
Dun, 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 dun.
IBRX, take a look. Whoa. This thing's been doing good. I like this.
I think Dollar Tree ticker DLTR might be a short. Little swing. I don't want to long this thing again.
This IBRX looks super interesting. Had a big pump up from I don't know what, some sort of news probably. I have no idea what this company is, but looking good, building this range after huge move up. I expect at some point to actually move lower before we move higher, because right now we're accumulating, right? Accumulation, the market's always moved in AMD, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. Similar to Tesla. I've talked about plenty of times this beautiful play. When we were accumulating, what did we do? We manipulated those range lows. Everybody's stop is sitting where? That's long here, sitting at these range lows. Those people get stopped out. That creates the liquidity to go higher, right? Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. I see a similar thing here on IBRX. Accumulation, I would look for previous week lows to get manipulated into bigger time frame order flow to then go higher potentially. I also don't know that stock at all and haven't been following it though, so keep that in mind. It will rain and be sunny 2 hours later. I know. I love it. I'm definitely getting acclimated now. Do you guys not worry about wash sales? No. Personally, when you're trading a lot of prop firms, it's not a thing. You're getting 1099, so you don't have to worry about that. And then even when you are trading your own account, if you're trading potentially in a business, in an LLC, you can be writing off a lot of your potential business items that you're spending money on. So that helps with that. But I would talk to a tax professional because I am not that. But no, it's not something I worry about ever. Especially because majority of my gains from the market are coming from prop anyway. in terms of the day trading side of things, of course. Mr. Garlic.
Yo,
What is
yo.
The garlic. Is this just a fat long to take it back up to highs?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's looking pretty flaggy.
Myself.
Look at IWMRTY, little bounce back.
Thinking about
IBRX and process bladder pants are looking to be acquired. Interesting. I could get wild then.
Microsoft new high day.
Nice. Only viable option for big pharma because with admin afraid of vaccines and Moderna. Interesting. Why?
Hmm.
Did we finally inverse that? 2-3 minute. What was the top? Highest time frame inversions. 5 minute. Pretty shitty inversion, but
Gosh, dang it, Trading View, you suck.
that was not a good inverse.
Starting back up again. Thank you. Ooh, let's go Microsoft. King Buck, 126%. Yeehaw! SPX did hit the 69.75, 69.80 area where I took that little short earlier at 65. They break in base above this to cruise up there, see the rejection, pull back down, and then see if we go back up to the highs, 7,000. So that played out a little bit, and now we're just kind of choppy.
Thoughts on bull stock? Let's take a look.
Don't touch
Haven't looked
it.
at it in a long time. Ripping today, but looks like a dead cat bounce. So, dead cat bounce is cool. There's definitely been some they made from these lows, but you're bouncing right into what's going to be previous week high and weekly bearish order flow, which is not bullish. Or weekly bearish. Yeah, I said bearish. Bearish order flow, which is not bullish for me. So, Weeble's having a good couple days. That's cool. But I expect us to take out these previous week highs and then set up in this box to then trade lower. If we end up running through this to the upside, then I'm wrong in this area and I need to change my thoughts. But as of now, I have to expect rejection at previous week high, into weekly order flow, have to expect to see some sort of good short setup in this area to go lower. So not bullish on bull at all. I have no reason to be bullish yet. Personally, I know there's things that can be going on with news or stories, whatever, headlines. I don't think about any of that. None of that is going to influence my positioning. Not at all. But yeah, just got to be careful. I know it looks kind of good right now with that dead cat bounce, but it might just be a bounce on those previous week highs to freaking rug it again. So just be careful. We'll see what happens there. What levels are you watching that invalidates a dead cat bounce? Again, this box. This is weekly order flow. If we're running through this, I'm completely wrong, right? If we're running through this, that means we're running through and violating weekly bearish order flow, which means my thought process is wrong and I have to flip my thoughts there, right? I know for a fact if we pop up into these highs, we're not getting any candle closures over on the weekly, and we're just respecting this area. I can look to see short setups right in that area. So long story short, once we tap into this area, no longs for me can be taken. Zero, nothing, not allowed until we potentially get above this 764. Then I can maybe start to change my thoughts. Him's actually bounced well. I know it was getting killed because it's all the news and what is it, the lawsuit from Novo Nordisk. It's trying to bounce. Is it bouncing from anywhere significant though?
I
You
could
can
have held
argue
that
we're
long
back
scalp a little
testing
bit
this.
longer.
Oh, did it play out? I don't know. Kind of
Yeah, we just back tested 695 just about on SPY. I mean, I just played the retracement of that candle, but I still move higher. Let's just hit a spot where I'd be looking to see if they're going to short off this. We can break and base back over this spot. If we do, I think we'll kind of go back up and see a new high day. If they reject it here, then no bueno.
I really have no thoughts on Hims.
Yes.
It's similar to Netflix where we're tapping into the previous year lows, which is like I have to think more bullish down here. But again, like it's a yearly time frame, right? Like, fuck, it takes forever. I don't know. I'm not bearish down here, but I'm also not trying to buy it. So, no, I don't have a lot of conviction on Hims. There will be no violating of gaps on this page. That's gross. Notice how Apple was up after everything sold, and for the last 2 days, it was drilling. They are obviously pulling the deceptive levers. This is all completely controlled horseshit. Welcome to the stock market.
Why do you
Welcome.
think I'd swung Apple puts?
A lot of people will get angry that the market is manipulated. I say figure out how to use that to your advantage. That's what I've done. I love manipulation. Manipulation is part of my entire strategy. So I think I know it can be tough sometimes. You get caught in these shitty positions or you get caught in news coming out or whatever, but the fact that the market is manipulated is actually a massive W. Because it means I can take advantage of it.
Oh my god, I was long ES at 78.
Bring up.
It's going to 69.95.
The slow grind up. Wow, that inversion actually played out a little bit. I would have never taken this. This is a shitty setup and later in the day, but I'm curious what this would be. Oh, so a 1-to-1 would have already been hit, which is so tiny. At least like targeted that high and that high. I guess if you did take that, the 1-to-1, I mean, it worked out, but what a shitty trade in my opinion. Just in terms of like time of day, the quality, the probability of this playing out like during this time, I don't know. But it played out. It did it. So cool. For 20 points though, that's a really quick scalp. Yeah, I just woke up and took it. You took that 5-minute inversion? You're a savage. You're a savage. I like, yes, you got it. It happened. It's just that's a scary one to take right now, but good job. Glad you did it.
Yeah, I got nothing here.
Oh. Yeah, it's tough.
I just took a small short, a little scalp.
It means you're being taken advantage of. At times it happens. I mean, you're always going to get taken advantage of by bigger
Covered
players in the
half.
market from time to time in the market. That's part of being in the market.
Stop at
But
entry.
you can also, let's go, beautiful. You can also form a strategy that uses manipulation in your favor, though, which is exactly what I've done. I won't take a trade unless I've seen manipulation happen in the market. It needs to. Manipulation is not a bad thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's part of the market. It will always be part of the market. So you either bend over and take it like a good boy or figure out how to use it. There's really no other option, to be honest. And here's the thing, you know it's possible. Plenty of people are doing it. It's possible. We're doing it. What's the rule for Apex to get a payout? You're going to have a certain amount of days green and have your consistency rules up. But as long as you hit the profit target and you're up on your buffer, you should be fine. It's going to be, your normal looks like I thought it was 5 days. I got that wrong. It's actually 8. You have to have 8 active trading days. That's what it was. I remember seeing that. I'm just so used to it being 5. You have to have 5 days showing over $100 profit and 8 active trading days. And max payout is $2,000. You can have up to 20 accounts, which means every time you take a payout, you could potentially take up to $40,000 in payouts from Apex. Which is juicy. Very juicy. Why is this guy angry? Somebody got stopped out a few times today. That's what happened. Favorite rate sensitive stock? It's an interesting question. I don't know that I necessarily have one, but I don't know. Knots, would you say something like Rivian?
Rate sensitive? Well, anything that's growing.
I mean, yeah, anything that's growing is going to be
Anything
rate
that's growth
sensitive for
stock,
sure.
obviously lower rates is better. Obviously, I mean, you look at IWM, same thing. Rates went down, IWM starts going up. So anything growth stock related, that would be a key for that. So let's just say, anything that needs money. Rivian, possibly Zeta, stuff like that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know that I personally have a favorite though, but I would say Tesla. Apex for 50K PA. Oh, shout out to you. You just threw all that in the chat for everybody. Amazing.
20 points. We can break this. It'll flush a little bit more. However, but 20 little points short. Nothing crazy. Just back tested the 21 right there. It breaks that. It could flush a little bit more, but nothing crazy.
Meta was insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Great move. Also, NVIDIA, I just find this hilarious, guys. Like, every time NVIDIA gets to the bottom of this range, you hear everybody saying, NVIDIA sucks. I hate NVIDIA here. Why is NVIDIA so trash? And then it gets bought up every time because we're at freaking range lows. Most of the time, sweeping some sort of liquidity to the left in a giant range. Just going back and forth. It's like, I don't know, Frank always says it, never short a dull market. Hello. This is a dull market on NVIDIA right now. And I don't know, trying to short these holes.
Took it long to separate account at 70.
Until NVIDIA really breaks actual structure on this bigger time frame, any of these moves to the bottom of the range should get bought up, in my opinion. MSTR had a nice bounce. I'm curious to see where that goes from here. It could just be a dead cat into like spots to set up short again, but yeah. And you lose, man. Interesting. Okay. It's a game. Like all games, the market is a game. All games have rules, and the rules. You know, there's some people that'll say, I hate the gamification of trading, how people gamify it. Others will say, I love it. I'm personally in the camp saying I love it. A lot of people say you don't want to like gamify trading because for some people, for some reason, I feel like people conflate treating it like a game as meaning I'm being like way too risky and I don't care about my accounts and everything. And that's not the case necessarily. There's definitely some people that do that treat it too much like a video game and they just don't care. But I don't know, I'm a big believer that if you grinded video games in the past, I don't know, I feel like trading is just another video game that you have to master, man. Honestly, like me treating it like a game has helped me more, but I think it's different for everybody in that area. I just think like, I don't know, I can go, like I used to go grind every single game, bro, and just like, you're sitting there for hours grinding. It's like, imagine if you were putting that time into something that actually gave you an ROI. And that's where like, look at trading as just another game we have to master from a gamer, I tell people that all the time. I fully agree, bro. Like if you're a gamer, if you've been a gamer, you just grind like CS:GO, Fortnite, Rocket League. If you did all that shit, bro, you're made for trading. I swear. I swear.
Flat.
I feel like
Then I'm a trader,
it makes-
baby. I'm a
It
gamer.
makes so much sense. I don't know.
Love it.
I don't know, but others will take it like more as a negative thing, and I can understand it. So I think you just got to find your way, find what mindset works best for you.
I'm flat. I have no positions.
Another puzzle to solve. Yeah, exactly. Another puzzle to solve. Certainly holds the validity of the game. Yeah. Very much. How did you know your trade this morning wouldn't go under the London high? I mean, I never know anything for sure. Let me put that out there. I never know anything. Okay. I don't know shit. All I know is I can see my plan, and based off of what I've seen and done 1,000 times over, I should expect certain things, right? Like if we sweep London low into a higher time frame for value gap, and I see the highest time frame inverse for value gap happen out of that, I know based off that, I don't know for a fact that we're going to go higher or we're going to play out the way I want, but what I do know is based off of all the other times and the statistical data I have, that's what should happen, right? Whether or not it actually happens, that's where your risk management comes into play, right? But I know from doing this over and over that the probability is that I get what I want. You got to master your risk and obviously be diligent with that. So the times that you're not right, you're not blowing accounts, you're not losing all your money. But here, I'll go through it a little bit. I mean, simple as this. So, well, I say simple as this, but for some of you, it might not be so simple. I was looking at this hourly gap going into the morning. I was looking at this hourly gap. I was like, okay, if we want to respect this, I can look for a move lower. We did not do that. We just wanted to run through that. So into the morning with all the bullishness, again, we swept London low. We started moving higher. I was under the impression that the draw for today is going to be these highs, right? We're going to want to draw to these highs. That was my opinion because London high, Asia high, we swept London and Asia lows. We should go retest what? London and Asia high. And then again, I just waited for that 5-minute gap to form. If I go over to that 5-minute gap, it's right here. So here's how I know we're not going to go to London low, or I have a good chance, a good idea that we won't go to London low. I know for a fact, if we're respecting this gap at open, we should move higher. If we run through this, we should move lower back to that London low. What do? We tap into this, we respect it. I go down to a lower time frame. The highest time frame in this leg of price action down where I can find an inversion is on the 2-minute. As soon as that 2-minute candle closed, over, I longed. I longed, risking bottom of the up close candles, looking for a 1-to-1. So I didn't know for sure that we weren't going to go back to London or anything like that. All I knew is, well, we're respecting bullish order flow. If we wanted to go lower, we shouldn't be respecting this, but we are. And I'm getting confirmation of order flow flipping here on the lower time frame. So I never know for sure. You're never going to know anything as a trader for certain.
Never.
But you can build a system that gives you the best odds. $180 hit. Let's go, Tommy. One good day and you're a philosopher? I've been speaking this since day one, bro. Go back to my stream, my personal stream that I used to run a year ago. I was saying the same
Jordan,
shit.
you suck. Stop it.
Bro.
I know. Your tricks.
Dude, I suck, dude. I suck.
I know your tricks.
Fucking suck, dude. Fucking suck.
I know it.
Suck, dude. Call me Ace the Philosopher, all right? Shit.
Dog shit.
I'll talk this same shit when I'm down heavy on a day. I don't care. Because it's facts, man.
You better
True.
call him Ace Aristotle.
Aces in the chat. That's what we always say that.
I'll burp. I'm gonna go eat. I'll burp.
Later, Gator.
Bird. Trade one account and group it. I trade 5 accounts that are copy traded together. Absolutely. If you're not doing that, you're just losing in the prop firm area, in my opinion. I mean, well, there's other people that are, you know, like Emp. Somebody like Emp will have multiple accounts and kind of trade them throughout the day. But I mean, if you're not copy trading, for the most part, it's like, why not? You can literally get paid more to do no extra work. Why wouldn't you? Makes some sense. If you're truly, you know, able to execute a repeatable plan every day. 14 withdrawals last few weeks. Awesome, bro. Good stuff. Love that. From Apex? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, yeah, because Apex, you get the 20 accounts. You're cooking, right? I'm with you. Fully agree, brother. Single account trades not grouped. Okay, that's cool. That's just more work that I don't want to do. I can just copy trade them and, you know. But that's also a way to do it. You can spread out your risk a lot more doing it that way, right? So I don't mind it. You can absolutely do it. But the reason I don't personally, and I like to copy trade them all together, is because I only take about 1 trade a day anyway. I'm not going to sit there and trade all day. And so I'd much rather copy trade all this together. You're young, you can take the risk. I would argue I'm probably taking more risk copy trading all my accounts together rather than trading them throughout the day. But it's high quality risk. For me, later in the day, trying to trade these moves like this, it's not worth it. I'm never going to take that many trades. So that's, again, that's the only reason I really copy trade, to be honest. It's because I'm not sitting here all day trading. I'm really only taking that 1 trade a day. So if I'm only taking 1 trade and I have 20 accounts or whatever, well, I don't have 20 accounts right now, but like, right, let's just say, I can't really trade all those accounts, so might as well put them all together, right? That's the way I see it. At least for me. I know everybody's going to be different. Like somebody like Ryan, you guys know Ryan Emp, he is completely different, right? He's not copy trading majority of the time. He might copy trade a few accounts here and there, but he's trading throughout the whole day, giving himself a lot of risk to spread out with all the different accounts. And he can hit $300 in this account and then lock it up and go trade this account. And oh, if he loses a few $100 there, it's fine. He'll go to his other account and trade there, right? Like you can do that. You can absolutely do it. More work I don't want to do, to be honest. And it's really not even that. It's not that I don't want to do the work. I'm happy to do the work. It's more about the work I'm doing is not high quality anyway. After 11:30 Eastern, I don't want to be trading, man. Not me. I know for my strategy, it doesn't work well. So I don't know. I hope that makes sense though. There's really no right or wrong way to do it. I know I'll talk shit in some of the videos I make, you know, to get some extra views and like try and get a reaction out of people. But like for the most part, there's really no right or wrong way to do it. It's what works best for you. I appreciate it, Abe. The only reason I'm good at it is because I've lost enough money trying to overtrade that come to terms that I just gonna play my plan every day instead. You're making it awfully convincing to start copy trading. I know it's awfully convincing for sure, but for anybody that might be new, like if you haven't passed an account yet, there's no world where you should be buying all these accounts and trying to copy trade them. There's no world where you should be doing that. Start with one, get a payout from one, right? Then you can start to build it up. I see too many people go and they've never passed an account before and they go and buy 20 Apex accounts and then they blow them all. And it's like, well, let's start with one, right? And prove to yourself that you can make money with that. And then we up the allocation and the size, you know? So just be careful, guys. I know I talk very positively about copy trading and it is amazing. I love it. But if you're not honed in on your risk management, you're going to get wrecked. And I don't want to see that for any of you guys. So just please be careful, man. It can be rough. Emp said he's coming back.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got to get that trading clip out for him, but always happy to be here. I'm a gamer / poker player, but he's perfect for trading, dude. You're meant for this world. MQ short is screaming. Ah. See. Shout out to you, Shady. Appreciate you, my bro. It is fun to have all the different styles, right? Oh. I know sometimes it can be confusing, though, if we're all looking at stuff a little bit differently, but it's part of having different styles. Y'all, what's up, King Diola? Any trades? I took one trade this morning. I did. Right, yeah, nice long. Longed as soon as we closed on this 2-minute candle. Longed it right there, risking the bottom of these up close candles and targeting a 1-to-1. I went break even at London high. So as soon as we hit London high, stops moved up to break even and I couldn't lose. And then we hit that TP. So yeah, solid trade this morning. Nothing too crazy, pretty quick. Nothing else. This is all noise for me. I know not for everybody it's going to be, but for me, anything past 11:30 Eastern, complete noise. And I don't want to partake in it for the most part. But doesn't mean you guys can't find some great scalps and play your own strategies and do your own thing. It's just not something I'm going to be doing. Where's Will at? It's a good question. I thought I sent him the link earlier. Let me double check that I did. I did. What'd he do? Mimi and the alley with the troops. He'll be here in a bit, no worries. Let's go. All goody. We don't. Oh, I gotta take ground beef out, bro. I'll be right back.
Microsoft.
I got my single plant in here. Pretty sure this is the only plant in the entire apartment right now. I don't know about everybody else, but these like I need to get some pictures and some colors up because the all white like bachelor pad style place makes me feel like I'm in an AI house. You just need some pictures up. I'm gonna throw a Wolf Financial sign behind me. It's gonna be looking good. Get some vibrant colors going on. Where is the man that is the top at now? I don't know what you mean by that.
What you mean?
I mean top man of the stream, Mr. Emperador. He's coming back. Don't worry.
Oh, Shady Weighty accounts up another 8% today. Nice job. Would love to see green accounts.
No more pool. Nah, we're gonna get us fitted with a nice sign behind us. I might have to move my desk a little bit, but it'll work.
Well, we are building a high compression squeeze here on the 5-minute on SPY, Qs, and VIX. VIX just made a new low of day and broke 17. As much as I think I want to short this pop, we're about to close over top of the spot. If VIX squeeze downside, we can see it pop back up to equal highs, potentially a new high a day. Internal still strong. They're building a floor right now at 69.65 on SPX. They're targeting 69.85, a little bit higher. Calls still outweighing puts.
Give me some money, but I've been there.
I kind of want to say we're about to fire the squeeze upside. I think it just needs more time.
It's first degree. Back up on your head and we will go for shoot.
VIX.
Is Brent in here? Good question. I didn't see him, I don't think. Hope he's having a good day, though. That man's been killing it.
Oh,
that I
what are we doing?
Oh, yeah, Michael, that's Ryan. At Wolf Ryan on X. We call him Emperador a lot because that was his old name on X. So if you hear us say that, we're talking about Ryan. But yeah, that's
Ryan.
Here, Tommy, let me send it. Oh, it's just Ace the Kid TA. Just Ace the Kid TA. Yeah, I'll hop in there. Y'all printing? Yeah, it was a good Monday. I had one play. In like 1,300 bones. Across 5 accounts today. That's solid. Not a bad morning. I'm happy with it.
Oh no, chat thing is long.
It said Frankie. Oh yeah, Frankie's at the top right now, but the guy you were talking about earlier, that was Ryan. He's coming back here soon, so I'll hop in again. Who's Ryan? Who's Ryan? The bearded man will always be M. I know, right?
Oh, Microsoft.
Always.
Hey. If you want to trim out those calls right here, you can.
Look at her go! Woo! Except friend request. Have I not done that? I'm so sorry. I'm not on Discord much, to be honest. I got you.
Micro hard. Shoddy. Let's go. All right, long and strong.
All right, Tommy, I accepted.
Long and strong.
Boom. All right, I'm in there. Let's go. Let's go.
What it is? What's up?
Whoa. Whoa.
Come on now. Ugh.
Now that a split could be why I'm having such a hard time. Nice bounce from this area so far. Where are we on this bigger time? Oh, hello. Hello. Aha. This might be actually interesting here.
I know. I thought about it again. My Discord would hate me if I alerted anything on that stock.
I'm looking at this. We just tapped into monthly order flow. Again, I know this is on a bigger time frame, but it doesn't change the way I look at things. This price is fractal, so I look at things exactly the same. We sweep in these lows. Look at all these relative equal lows got snatched through. We're in bigger time frame order flow. If I see us inverse this on the daily, which means we need a daily candle closure through this. But if that happens, I like this long at least up until see those highs. I would look for us to tap into this gap again, though. I don't hate that at all. What's 50% of this gap? 50% of this gap is going to be 124.08. So let's say we close through this. Probably close a little bit over it or whatever, long. Do stops there. Into those highs, 1-to-1. Into those highs, 2.6. Into 50% retracement of the gap. That's a 3R trade. If you were to get full gap fill, it's a 3.92 RR. Oh no, there's opportunity here. We'll see what happens. See if the day closes strong through that, or we wait till tomorrow. $12 p.m. PST? Tommy, right? Got you. We'll do. Let's see.
Can we see 697 on SPY before end of day? It is now 2:20. Got an hour and 40 minutes. Let's go.
Let's go. Anybody win a bunch of money on some Super Bowl bets last night? You got anybody in the chat cooking? I've never placed a sports bet in my life, so it wasn't me, but
No?
never.
What?
I know it seems like I would, but like, fuck, dude, I got no edge in sports. My edge is in the markets. I don't got no edge there. Shit. But honestly, last night watching the Super Bowl, I never watch football. I never watch any sports, guys. Like the most I'll watch is golf. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that game last night. Like actually just sitting down and enjoying a football game. I never enjoy those games really. So that was nice. Early kicked back, relaxed, and enjoyed it. I bet on Patriots and got that out. Yeah, only $90. That is what it is.
Come
My
on,
wife
bro.
won 300 playing squares. Your candle colors are painful to look at. I love how it's never in the middle. It's either people hate them or people love them. It's so funny. Would you mind if you change the colors to green and red? Oh, there's no world where that's happening. That will never happen. I'll never run green and red. Just letting you know right now. But Emp might be able to throw his chart up, so it'll save you a headache. But yeah, there's no world where I change those colors. The love-hate relationship with the chat on my charts. I know I hate the green and red.
Oh, Wattbender, what are you doing, dude? I sat here on stream and told you guys Seahawks by $1 billion.
Fuck.
Like, Wattbender will crush UFC bets, though. He does have a decent read on those.
Does he?
Oh yeah,
Crushing the USD. I like that. I wonder, is there an area where you look in the sports books and you see like I've heard people say, oh, like NFL or like NBA is like the worst bang for your buck, but I don't know if this is still the same. But at the time when I was hearing that, I think we did a space with somebody that was doing sports bets on esports gaming. And I don't know, they were saying like the sports books, the way they were designed, are like more favorable for that. I'm curious, is there like a world where a certain sport is more favorable to bet on?
I don't think so. It's all like high level mathematical probabilities and then like hedging of books too. Like if everybody in the world's putting money on one side, they like change the odds. Like the odds move, right? So it's just what I do. Like for one, the main thing is like to me, it's from viewing pleasure. You know, like if I'm watching a random game that I either think's a good game or I like, maybe I like one of the teams or something, like how they're doing that year. But like if I'm watching some random like, you know, Pittsburgh's playing Cincinnati, like, I mean, do I really care how much who wins? But if I like, you know, throw $20-$50 on it, now the game gets way more interesting to me. So like it's, you know, but then I also, the way I look at it is like, I don't do all the player props and a lot of people do that stuff. I just know, you know, sports pretty well and I watch them pretty often. And so, you know, I just look for opportunities where I almost approach it like trading. Like I knew the Seahawks were going to win, but the odds weren't very good. So it was kind of like trying to long at the top of a trend. Like I don't have good risk reward here, but you know, you long on a dip. So like if the Seahawks would have taken a little dip last night, if Patriots would have scored like first, I probably would have taken the Seahawks. But new high of day, SPY. I think Casey was calling for that. 430 is the next spot on NQ, by the way. There's a gap fill on NDX up there.
I'm going to take like 10 minutes and edit this clip real quick.
Yeah, all good. Not a whole lot to do.
Did I really did I just leave and SPY just made a new high day?
Yeah, I was wondering if you heard me.
Yeah, I did. That's the reason why I just came back and sat down at my desk. You can probably hear why I had to leave.
Why you had to leave?
Gosh,
Yeah.
dang it, man.
You are right at NFP here, basically poking above it again, but I don't know, a little bit room higher. We're up exactly 1% on the day, so on the Qs anyway. I haven't looked at many of these individual names since a couple hours ago. Tesla sitting at highs, hugging this 420. Nvidia's gone straight sideways. Microsoft's made a new high briefly. Amazon's kind of fading. And here comes Apple off the lows. I don't know. There's not a whole. Ooh, IBM. What's IBM got going on here? Nice little move. I don't really see. Ooh, PanW. That's nice. I don't really see anything I just love for this afternoon. But it is important to stay out of bad trades. Dude, whatever this little like tape bomb thing where there was no headlines, whatever, that was the buy. And I saw you snipe it, Casey.
I did. I just did it for the retracement of the candle, regardless, because it didn't really make sense to me to see that much of an overreaction candle to the downside right there, with nothing too much to really back it up. So I didn't mind buying it off your little intraday spot there on SPY and ES. That was a nice long spot though. Oh, that's for me. There's your business.
Oh, I'm over here talking on. I was talking on mute. My bad.
No, you're good. I've been thinking. No. I own my house and I just write off the office space under my business. That's it.
Yeah, well, you get a more favorable rate on primary mortgage unless you're doing a cash sale. If you're buying in cash, then yeah, it makes sense to probably do the LLC thing. Talk to your CPA, but you're definitely you're asking the right questions, Colin. Just catching up with the chat here. Sniper Sim, she does absolutely crush sports bets. She does. I thought Drake was the second coming of Brady. No. There is no second Brady, dude. Come on. You know, Wapbender, you know better. Like, if anybody else said that, I'd be like, I'd explain it to them. You know better. Oh, Cameron, just missed my limit order by 5. Contract went to 245, not 250. You know what's funny? I just kind of naturally do, like, with all of my trades, I never go to like a whole number. I always go right in front of it.
Same.
I always do. Like I know I love like being able to say, oh well, it's you know, if I bought it at like 125 and went to 250, I'd love being like it's 100% gain, whatever. But dude, I'm 245. You know, I always front run. I try to front run the market. Every once in a while, I'll still get front run, but I always like right now, if my level was 430, I'd be trimming at like 425 or 428. I wouldn't try to hit it exactly. I don't know. It's just something that I started doing because I can't tell you how many times it's like I've been front ran that I like just try to front run and I get too greedy. The hardest thing to do is like the psychology after that, because like now what are you going to do? You chase your fill? Do you just sit and wait it out? Like how confident are you in your thesis? But if your premiums are popping and it gets within 5 cents of a contract fill, I'm probably just going to chase it out, even if I get filled at 230 or 235. Like I'm gonna get myself out of that, especially on like an uptick, like this. I mean, maybe you still get there, but that's usually that's the way I approach it, because I can't tell you how many times I'm like, no, I've been stubborn and like I'm gonna wait and get my 250 fill, and then like contract starts burning, and then next thing you know, like on futures it's a little different, I guess, but like on options, I can tell you how many times I like waited and like 30 minutes later price finally makes a new high, but the contract didn't even get there again because it burned out or something. There's a lot of different factors, but I found it much better to just go chase and take my profit than what they say, be a dick for a tick.
I think that's 7,000 on ES we just hit.
Snapchat.
Snap.
Instagram is testing a Snapchat rival.
Ooh.
Which they kind of already have in a way. There's a headline for Snapchats and tattoos. Snap's a perpetual short. I've been saying this for 2 years. I'm trying to long like MSN Messenger of today. Like this is the AIM. Snapchat sucks. Everyone else offers what Snapchat offered, and then more. The only thing it does well is like the little filters that people like. Snapchat's like longing Blockbuster. It's not it. Did you enter shorts for NQ? I have not entered any shorts for NQ. As bad as I want to, I probably won't on a day like today because of the scenario that we're in. We're in a hard uptrend after a hard downtrend. So we came down very hard and we're getting a pretty steady uptrend here, and the trend has been strong all day long. Now, could you have, got some scalping moves a couple times? Yes. We got up here to some targets. Could you get a little scalping move there and here? Yes. But, once you do that and take another new high, I mean, this just looks like a flag is what it looks like on a trend day. So, I don't know. If you could really extend, like if this thing starts ripping away, I mean, you could probably play it back down to this area. Or I think, yeah, it would have to go much higher before I'd really want to. I mean, you're filling a gap on NDX and tapping into some interesting areas that Jordan's probably maybe watching. Let me check the 4 hour here. The 4 hour tap is going to be even higher. It's basically 500. Jordan, I don't know if you can hear me. Jordan's probably looking for this, which is like
Jordan's possessed right now.
No, he's working on some stuff.
Okay.
He's deep in the game. But if I had to just think about his trading methodology, I assume he's looking for a tap up here. Instance is going to be the Snapchat feature that they're testing on Instagram. Instance. Yeah, I'm just now catching up. Yeah, Cameron. Yeah, that's what happens. So this is what I love, actually. Blinded by the hype, Wap Vendor, on the sports betting. I love when people get all hyped up on some narrative, like the Patriots or something, and you're like, no. Like, just look at the statistics, look at the numbers, look at the full team. I love to fade some hype. Swing trading is stressful. Day trading, you're done when the day's over. When you have that open trade, it weighs down your mind and causes stress. Yeah, it all. I mean, depends on your sizing. I think there's two important things to consider here, though. One is 70% of market moves happen like overnight. Like the market, like swing trading is inherently more profitable. Obviously, you have to do it the right way. You have to size the right way, and have the right thesis and everything. The Snapchat news is just now hitting the wires that I was calling out a few minutes ago. The other thing is like you do get bigger moves on swing trading. I see what you're saying though, like days over, like day trading, but bigger moves do happen in swing trading. You just have to approach it differently. But then the other big thing is like right now, the bigger picture of the market right now is a consolidating like sideways market. So it's a lot harder to swing trade than it was when the rising tide was lifting all boats. Like I said earlier, back in, July, August, September, when just the whole market was going up, you could swing trade names that had outsized moves to make up. Is that Robert Pattinson? Is it possible QQQ? Well, I mean, is it possible? A lot of things are possible.
It's always possible. Just gotta believe.
There is a possibility. Where is this? Oh, we're back at. This has been a key level on QQQ for a while right here. I mean, we're still within the same range right here. We got over the daily 9, which is good, and we're over the halfback. I mean, 619, could it happen today? It could. I would probably look more at the 617, 618 area where the 21 is. There's some price action to the left that confirms that area. Bunch of lows at that. That's a pretty heavy level, actually, 617.80. Then above that, it's 619 and change. But it could happen. I mean, if you get the normal extension of the IB, that's basically where it would take you. That's January NFP. You're going to run into traffic on the S&P up here, though. Yeah, maybe 6-7 more points on SPX. We run into some trouble. There's a little traffic already right here. I don't know. It's just tough. I mean, what's your risk to reward to go long right now? I mean, if you're already long and you're swinging long, I think you're trimming and you can definitely hold some runners and probably be fine. Did you just get a huge bounce after a huge sell-off? Yes. So big move down, big move up. Does it maybe need to do some of these gymnastics moves in here? Possibly. Could keep going. I mean, what was clear to me was once the sell-off got going, it was clear to me to stay on the short side. And once we got down to here, it was pretty clear to me to play it back up on Friday. And then it was pretty dip by this morning was a pretty clear shot for me. And then since then, now I'm at the point where it's like, okay, wait and see what price does next. Tesla touched 420.69 the same day SPX touched 69.69. Maybe it is a sign. You guys use Top Step. They paused 3 of my accounts. I use Top Step. I haven't had any issues. I've seen, I guess, people getting emails and stuff. Only emails I'm getting say congrats on taking a payout. So I don't know what's happening. I see people saying they didn't hedge or whatever. I don't know. personally, I've had zero problems, zero issues. If that changes, I'll let you guys know, of course. But I did see a lot of people got emails about like hedging stuff, which I know for a fact I've never hedged. So I only trade one account at a time, or I copy trade two accounts together. But Surfer, I don't know. I liked the halftime show. Because you know what's funny? Maybe I'll sneak in one. I gotta like let it build. I gotta like really feel it to get into the character. But sir, I'll say this: it was funny that Trump made a comment about the halftime show. Everybody was talking all about it. They showed like a video. He was sitting there watching it. Trump didn't go watch the Kid Rock show or whatever was going on, which looked like it was pre-recorded. I don't know. I haven't verified that, but it's Grambo, no issues with Top Step. ProFast, no issues with Top Step. Yeah, I think 99% of people don't have issues. You only hear, it's kind of one of those things where you only hear about it when people have, like, from the people that have issues. It's kind of like if you go read some reviews sometimes, like on Amazon or somewhere, like 90% of the reviews are just people that had an issue. Everyone else is just happy with the product and that never leave a review. AMKR is ripping. Yeah, 50-day and a bullish sector and a bullish stock. Is there earnings today? Oh, it is. Amcor. His chart structure, excuse me, looks really good. I'll defer to Stock Talk on the thesis because he's done super deep dive into this one, so I'll defer to him on those thoughts. But this is one of the ones he pounded the table on, and boy, it's made a nice move.
Just posted an update, sent out 4 charts on Sunday, 4 dumpster diver trades. 3 out of 4 so far have played out and hit their first main target upside. The only one that has not played out and is still sitting at the exact same spot is Airbnb, but all other 3 charts and trade ideas on App11, MongoDB, and PLTR all played out. And we crushed Palantir this morning. I did not chase App11. Wish I did.
What is doing so well in my portfolio today?
Microsoft. Rivian.
Not me, sir.
All right, so the 5-minute squeeze played out for upside. On SPY and Qs, made a new high a day. Now, do we get to continuation, or is that all he wrote for the day? Still want to see 69.85 on SPX. Got close.
I didn't really watch the other full one. I saw little clips of it, Jarrett, but it looked like it was decent. I saw somebody played that chilling on a dirt road or whatever. I don't know. All I saw was clips. I saw a clip of Kid Rock that looked like he was like lip singing, and he was like, looked like he was like 3 seconds off the recording. Oh.
I'm back. everybody talking about my evil face? Yeah, I just got a resting bitch face. I'm sorry.
Dude, you look like you were possessed the whole time.
Dude, I'm like locked in, bro.
Yeah, that's what Em
Locked
was saying.
in.
He was like, nah, he's just working hard.
Is that Robert Pattinson? Yes. Yes, I am.
House Democrats may move to overturn Canada tariffs. Fed's Murin is making a lot of comments about Fed independence. Speaking of Botox, did you guys see Ricky Martin? Ricky Martin looked good for his age.
He said, speaking of Botox.
But dude, he had to have been. What earnings do we even have going on right now?
Nothing crazy, I think, today.
On Semiconductor. Oop, I clicked on the wrong button. On Semiconductor,
That was it.
Amcor. Those are the two that stick out to me. Spotify tomorrow, Coca-Cola, Datadog, Ferrari, CVS, BP, Marriott. Hood is tomorrow. Hood and Net, A-Lab, those three are all pretty big. What does Spotify's chart even look like now? God bless.
Not that good.
What did you guys do? I just built a gap though. And didn't bounce at all off the gap.
No. I almost put on the dumpster diver trade, but I was like, nah. It don't look that good.
It is holding right on this gap fill.
It's got to bounce at some point. Maybe zero. I don't know. Oh, 15 minute on QQQ did not close a very bullish candlestick.
What do you guys, do any of y'all use, this is for you as well, KC and Jordan, do you use Spotify? Do you guys use Spotify? If you're in the chat, do you guys use Spotify? Or what do you guys use for music?
That's all I use. That's all I use.
That's all you use is Spotify?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
KC, you use Spotify?
I do not. Do not use Spotify. Gonna bring it down this next 15 minutes.
Let's see, what do you guys, okay, so Lenny, Spotify, Lucky says Spotify, KT Stevens, Corey says Apple Music. I see another Apple Music from Tommy. Kids use Spotify.
Oh, baby.
Audiobooks for the win.
What you gonna do?
YouTube music. So this is what I use, Kevin. I pay for YouTube Premium, which includes YouTube Music. So I get YouTube Music. What's it called? Like it's included, but like I watch a lot of YouTube, so I have no commercials on YouTube, and I have YouTube Music. So why would I used to use Spotify, but since I have YouTube Premium, I might as well just use YouTube Music, which is fine to me.
You're 5 minute 9 again.
Yeah, Ocho, that's the way to go. I've never used Apple Music. iTunes, Apple Music. I feel like enough people use Spotify that it should not be getting destroyed like it is. That's pretty cool. Spotify, like if you're on Discord, it says like now listening or now playing or whatever. I don't know. I like YouTube because and the other thing is because a lot of times if like parties, get-togethers or whatever, I'll just put YouTube music on TV, and so I can either put like music videos or I can put just YouTube music on there and have like the music videos playing like while we're listening to music at a hanging out at a cookout, get together, whatever's going on. Anyone still use Winamp? Boy, KT, that's a throwback. Does that give you movies too? On YouTube, so like with YouTube or YouTube Premium, the movies, I think you have to rent them still if they're on there. Like it's a separate thing. YouTube Premium is just like I can close my phone and YouTube keeps playing. I never get any ads on YouTube, and I get YouTube Music, which is unlimited. I make my own playlists, all that stuff. I can download it all. So that's what I use. And if you can do something like this, get it as an add-on, yeah. Decimal, I don't know much like the Series 6, 7, 57. I mean, that'd probably be a question for Will. I think there's a lot of places that sell like the course material that you need to go pass those tests and stuff. But I think it's way more or way less needed nowadays than it ever was. Like obviously if you're going to go work for a firm or something, I think you have to go pass those things. But if you're, I feel like the way retail trading has changed, I don't know that most people need to get those things. Like I've thought about doing it just to become a better trader and smarter person in the industry, but I don't know that I need I don't know that it's worth it. I don't think it has the same like weight that it used to have, if that makes sense. The Series 7 and all that stuff. I have heard that Spotify's algo is really good. To me, YouTube's isn't bad because it's just plays like similar songs. Like if you pick a song and hit play, it just goes to like similar songs in that time frame that other people listen to or put on playlists. But whatever. Are YouTube prices different in Mexico? Are you buying? So it's funny you bring that up. I have YouTube in the US. It says like if I log in, it works the same on either side. So I log in down here and it'll say like it says like YouTube Mexico or something, like MX. Yeah, so it says MX up here in the top corner. But on my main computer over here, my other computer, it's regular YouTube Premium. But the funny thing about you bringing that up is I used to Spotify works the same in any country, but I used to pay for it down here in Mexico because it was like $6 a month for it was like half the price of the US version, and it worked in the US the same. So I would just like pay for it down here for like 6 months at a time when I was like first coming down here to visit.
Bring it down, Shorty. Come on, bring it down.
When I saw somebody said it was their first time here. What was that? There it is. What's up? World of El Suan. Just call you World. Welcome in. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you being here. Tell a friend. Be a friend. Welcome in. Boring. I mean, it's a live day trading show. We talk about everything going on in the market. There's not a whole lot happening right now, which is important as a trader to be prepared to not do stuff a lot of times. And obviously any news breaking stuff like that happens, we'll bring it to you probably quicker than just about anywhere else that you can find it. But welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Casey, you had a comment there, and then we'll get back to the chat.
What do you say?
You were saying something right there, and I didn't know if it was just a.
Oh, I'm in a little bit of
update.
I'm in a little bit of a short, and I wanted it to bring it in just a little bit lower.
Yeah.
It almost filled me for a little bit of a trim at 401.
We did hit
but
7.
It did not.
It hit 7,000 exactly on ES there, which could be a little fade spot. I mean, if you did, you could have got probably 5 points out of it. But tough to do a whole lot here.
Yeah.
How long have I been trading? The first day trade I ever took was GameStop. So 5 years now? Dang. But like full time, basically since I moved down here, a little bit after I moved down here. So about 3 years, right at 3 years, like full time trading. I mean, I still have like, other jobs and stuff that I was doing, but it's pretty much full time trading for the last 3 years. But yeah, GameStop was the first, like, that's what opened my eyes to, like, oh, you can day trade. Like, I didn't really even know about it before that.
Oh, trim. Order fill. Yay.
There you go. I like this one right here. So, somehow I'm good with a YOLO on an option for $500, but not willing to pay for YouTube Premium. YouTube mixes are good, yeah. Jayhan, you switched? I have heard this before, but I've never really looked into see if the sound quality was better. SoundCloud? Big SoundCloud guy? Do I know anything on Cart? It's not a great looking chart. You have the same support here that's bounced off of multiple times. It kind of undercut it and it's trying to reclaim. This is not a good looking chart. And this looks like a head and shoulders playing out. Kind of it's like a double headed shoulder. This is just not a good looking chart right now. I don't know much about the valuation things. I do think that they have a tough narrative issue, I think, like in the competitive space. But I mean, they're down year over year. They're down year to date. They're down 6 months. They're down. And I think you're really bottom fishing if you're looking for a trade here. But I think you have to. This one has to be more of a fundamental story. Like, are they getting priced out and beat out by competition? Why are they selling off so hard? I don't really track this one quite as much. Earnings this week, so maybe you can get a little bit more insight on their earnings call. Which, let's see, when are they reporting? Oh, they're under 10 billion now. I have to actually search for them. Revenue's growing a little bit. EPS is not done just fantastic. I like to go to the AI summaries over here on Earnings Hub. Average order values decreasing, advertising revenue pressure, so they're not getting advertisements, regulatory risk, and market competition. Yeah. There's all your negatives that they're talking about on their last earnings call. So I'd watch and see if any of that improves. AI solutions, customer engagement. They did update their guidance last call, so we'll see if they do that again, maybe. But I don't know. It's tough in a raging bull market to look at names like this and get excited about them. This looks, I mean, it's at an interesting level, but it just looks bad. You started trading this morning. What do you buy to make $1 million by Friday? Yeah, like a kilo of cocaine. Where in Mexico I reside. It's on my X profile, Querétaro. Right in the dead center. It's hold on, I'll tell you.
covered more at 95. 21 EMA just hit. I'm going to move a stop to entry, secure green trade.
79 with a high of 82. It's going to be 82 every day this week. Here's your 21. Like Casey was just saying, yes, didn't quite get there, but NQ is right on it again. And SPY was on it. SPY is still rejecting that NFP high, though. That's the only thing it's sitting on top of it on SPY. SPX is rejecting it from January. For future string, I do market. I don't play like small enough moves that, a couple extra points is going to be a significant difference to me. Most of my trades, I'm looking for 50 to 100 point trades. So, if I get filled 4 or 5, 6 points difference, it's not that big of a deal to me. So I just do market. Meta, if the market's going to cooperate here, I really like Meta in general. I think you clear this 200-day at 686. I think Meta's back into the 700s, 720s quick. Honestly, I think it would have bounced and held here if the market wasn't just selling super hard last week. I think we would have held 670s, but because the market was selling so hard, I think it had to work its way back down. We talked about that on Friday. 6, 7. Dude, the Mexican president said that the other day. So funny. 6, 7, 6, 7. It cracked me up. Boy, chat is active. You guys are crushing it today. Yeah, it's a great place. Honestly, it's modern. I've explained this to a lot of people, but like Saturday, for example, I had Uber Eats bring me Shake Shack in about 20 minutes. So I had Shake Shack the other day. We have Buffalo Wild Wings. We have Hooters. We have everything. Texas Roadhouse, Cheesecake Factory, anything you can imagine. There was a McLaren parked 3 blocks up the road from me the other day, and a G-Wagon the next day. Separate occasions. Mexico is not poor. There are a lot of poor people in Mexico, but there's a lot of money in Mexico. And a lot of the bigger cities are nice. But yeah. My wife's from down here. That's how I ended up here. Just happens to be that she's from a great spot. Spotify, Apple, intriguing. Taylor Swift dropped her latest music video exclusively there. First major artist to skip YouTube views. Yeah, but who knows how much they paid her to do that. Riviera Maya is nice. Riviera Maya is super nice. And a couple people in the chat have go out there often to either Riviera Maya or over like Merida. How many Cybertrucks driving around? I've seen multiple, like, more than a handful. I don't know. I usually see like 1 or 2. Like, I guess per week I probably see like maybe 1. I see a lot of like Model Y and Model X. I see a lot of those. I see more of those actually than almost anything. How are you guys about trading life balance? That's a tough question, actually. Casey, I want Casey to answer this one. Because Casey, basically running his own business and stuff, and then he's got, he's trading, but he's got three little ones like I do. Casey, how do you balance, and maybe I'll jump in after, but how do you balance like the trading and markets always doing stuff with family?
I well, everyone in my household, we live our lives on a very strict schedule. Our schedule, our daily life, everything is very routine and repetitive. It's like it's the same thing like when you trade, you have your strategy and you stick to it and you use it because it works more times than it doesn't, and you just stay consistent at it. I do the same thing with my lifestyle, with my trading, taking care of my kids, their entire routines from the day they wake up, from the time they go to sleep. They are on the exact same routine. We found a system and we've been doing it for years and it works. We try not to alter it at all. Obviously, appointments and for ourselves, taking care of, the kids and everything every now and then for their doctor visits and stuff. But we do the same thing over and over again. That's honestly, that's just what we do and how it works for us. We just found a routine with the family, with the kids, our daily lifestyle and trading lifestyle. We're in the business, and I just I have everything on repeat. I just got stopped out the rest, by the way, on the bounce.
Yeah, the routine part is important. Like for me, with I have three little ones, and two of them are in school at this point, so that helps, during the day. But yeah, I pretty much, I can look at my phone as a futures trader, and obviously always see things. There are times where I just have to like close my phone or like close the apps and put it down, because otherwise, like, I'm not really giving the attention I need as a father to my kids. So I do have to like balance that piece out a lot. But a lot of times, by the time they're going to bed, they're still young, or I'm holding a baby in my arms, and I'm sitting there on the couch anyway, so I'm watching my phone, kind of just staying in tune with what's going on. And then I try to spend the weekends doing family stuff to balance out, how much time I spend here during the week, which, from the time I wake up until at least dinner time, like almost 5-6 p.m., I'm still, finishing up stuff on the back end. So yeah, but I think you have to find a balance there. I mean, if you're learning, you want to immerse yourself to learn. You don't want to overdo it. Everyone's got a different balance point of not overdoing it and getting burned out, but also you have to immerse yourself to really learn. And then after a few years of doing that, you start to be able to kind of step away a little bit more, because you kind of have a strong base layer. So I think that's important. What was the other? I saw a comment here.
And my kids aren't in school yet. We're gonna see how Everly
That'll
does
help
here
you.
soon.
That'll help you a lot.
Get her into something, maybe like
2-3
days a week, and then do the twins next year. So that
She's what, 3?
She just turned 4.
Just turned 4? Yeah, I would probably in August probably be good.
We have an open house next week to go see our first place for her. So we're gonna go see how that goes.
Yeah. Are you guys close to Mayaguez? That's on the other side of the island. So the Wolf Crew that's in Puerto Rico, it's Carolina, and some are in Dorado. The rest of that's where the Wolf Crew that's out there in Puerto Rico is in that area, those two areas. Mayaguez is on the west coast of the island. It's beautiful from what I've heard. I haven't been out there, but I've heard it's beautiful. Yeah, there's David. Merida's beautiful, now a big city. I heard Holbox was I had a friend that went to Holbox, David. Said it was really nice. He just went there a couple of weeks ago. How about KITT for robotics? I'm not familiar with this one. It's not a chart that I like. We start off there. This doesn't look like a well-established company. This is a micro cap. So I don't do micro caps. So I'm not saying that. I'm sure like some people that find opportunities within these, and that's great. I hope they crush it. I don't really find opportunities in micro caps. So like 28 million. Yeah, if it doesn't have at least a couple billion market cap, it doesn't really hit my radar much. But that's my style. What I know, what I'm familiar with, and what I'm comfortable with. So like no hate on it, but just not there. David, I agree with this as well. Were there any good earnings before the openings today? Before the open today, I don't think any of these really stood out to me. No, tomorrow there's a few, and the rest of this week there's a few. Shopify, Unity Software. You know what? I haven't looked at in a long time. Shark Ninja. Oh, why am I clicking too many buttons here? This stock did really good for a long time, and that. Ooh. Interesting. Hadn't looked at that chart in a while. Shark Ninja. AppLovin, Grab. Oh, retail boys will be out looking for that one tomorrow. Grab, Cisco. I own Cisco. Coinbase on. Boy, Coinbase really needs a good report, and I don't know how they're going to get it. It may be like not as bad as feared type of scenario with how that's gone. Rivian, ANET, Airbnb, DraftKings, AMAT. Thursday's a pretty big name for a lot of growth names, or a big day for a lot of growth names. Roku and Toast. I like Toast. I like Roku. Roku getting beat up a little bit here. Still going sideways in the market. On a schedule. Boy, Chad is crushing it today. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. You guys are absolutely crushing it today.
Chat is active, baby. Let's go. We love it.
Need a Discord, please share. So go to KC Trades 777 on X. Check that one out. KC Trades Discord is fantastic. I'm not a paid affiliate or anything. I'm saying this because I know the guy and I know the inner workings of it, and I know it's fantastic.
Yes,
I know a lot of
I pay him
people.
$10,000 a month to say this.
I wish. Send the check, but hey, buddy, that check ain't cleared in a while. No, there's no affiliate there. I'm in there as a part of it, but I'm not. I don't work there or anything. I know quality, and this is if I'm sticking my neck out for something, I'm sticking my neck out for something. I know Casey's Discord is really good, and he does a good job of the teaching and explaining side of things. I say that knowing that I'm in a separate Discord, but my Discord's almost all futures related and focused with Minx and Rizzo. It's a little bit different than Casey's is more broad market teaching, and it's got options, it's got some futures, it's got a little bit of everything, some alert bots, all this stuff, other traders in there as well. So a little bit different scenario, but if you're trying to learn, Casey's is a great one, great starting spot to go check out. It's KC Trades 777 on X. Here, I'll just pull it up so that nobody goes to the wrong one and gets scammed or anything. So right here, KC Trades 777. He's got a big red live thing over him right now on X. And if you go to this link right here, you can go in there and check out the different options and stuff. And you can probably hit up KC for any further. If you have any questions around like if there's different levels or if you'll see the algos, the MMK, and some of the other stuff that he's got. You can ask some questions about it. I would start by just probably getting into the Discord, checking it out, and start asking questions in there for anything higher level. And I'm saying all this for KC. Like, this is just me, saying this because this is what I know about it. So that would be my recommendation.
I'm going ahead and put this in the chat as well. There should be a link in the restream that will take you directly to the Discord. I just typed that in. So in the restream YouTube chat, you'll see the discord.gg/join KC Trades. That's that Discord link.
Okay, perfect. Take you right there.
And we do have a 7-day free trial. So you can get a 7-day free trial. You can come make some money and you can leave, or you can make some money and stay. Those are your two options. Either way, you're going to make money, but it's either you stay or leave. But 7-day free trial, if you want to just check it out, see if it's a place for you. I say it every time on Sunday night live streams. I think getting involved in a great trading community that fits your style, one that you can connect with, is the best thing that you can do. If it's my community, it's my community. If it's not, it's not. But I encourage everybody, do your research, find a community that you can grow and trade with. And if it benefits you, take advantage of it. So there is a 7-day free trial.
Huge.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest turning points in my career. For the ones that don't know, Stock Sniper, who's come on here, Stock Sniper used to run a Discord called Kane Capital with a group of amazing other traders. I was a member when I was still working full-time. I was a member in Kane Capital when Stock Snipe was over there trading. I learned a lot from Stock Snipe back then. I learned a lot from the Kane Capital team back then. It was a few years ago. It was a great trading community. I watched them live stream, live trade, their charts and everything every single day. I took advantage and I learned from it. I mean, Stocks and I have talked about this before. It's kind of cool that now he comes up on the stream, part of the Wolf team. We get to trade and work together. Like, it's kind of neat. But yeah, to getting into a good trading community, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna make the biggest difference in your trading career. Don't do this shit by yourself, especially when you're newer and you're trying to learn. Just do your research, find the good trading community, and take advantage of it.
Yeah, it helps you learn and grow because you can talk with other people that are learning, and maybe somebody's 2 steps ahead of you or 1 step ahead of you, and they can they help you as much as they're still learning in their journey. They're helping you along your journey. It helped me a lot as well, getting in and just talking with others. Sometimes they talk you out of some bad stuff. And you're thinking, you're like, hey, I just need some confidence here. Am I seeing this right? And you have a whole community of traders that have been learning and studying that can help give an opinion there. I like that a lot. Jordan, Tommy wants you to check out something in Discord.
Oh, he's telling me to check out what the algo sent. Let me see.
Yeah. KC, my niece is the same. Oh, bro, DP. Be prepared for the germs to come home. That is true. Yeah, it just happens. But I noticed it first was my nephew started school. My niece and nephew both started school, and they're both like a couple years older than my son. And then we would be around them, and they would bring it home from school and then pass it to the whole family and all of us. Yeah, it just happens. Glory, Man United. Yes, shout out. Just dump already. Stock market. Billy Gibbs. My only thing would be what about this looks dumpy? And it could dump, but how far? It is really kind of fighting a trend.
A little bit lower. Yeah.
Dang it. So it came a little bit lower, but could it dump? Yes, but it's a tough ask fighting this. If you're trying to scalp, back into here, but you have to know it's a scalpy trade to take profit on. And you can get chopped to pieces trying to short a trend day like today. But I do see an opportunity to NQ, get back to 360. I don't even know if ES can break under this as strong as it is today. I'd watch IWM as kind of a leading indicator there as well. Maybe if NVIDIA or one of your big names roll, but most of your big names are still decently strong.
Man, does that Discord link not work anymore? What the heck? Discord's been bugging today, though.
Ooh, what's Hood doing? Are we missing out something on Hood? Is it still working?
Look at this freaking short plan.
Hood's not doing anything, but they do report this week. 11 out of the last 12 hourly candles are green since Friday. Feels like ages ago we were, big turnaround. Now, the thing to think about that is, okay, big move down, big move back up. You're in very choppy territory here. So a lot of opportunities in the market last week on the short side, and then Friday and today on the long side. There could be a lot of could be some doji action, some two-way action, some range trading. I'll probably be looking to sell premium the next couple days. Let the market kind of figure out what it wants to do next.
That's why freaking Discord, man, they suck.
7-day free trial. I'm just now catching up to this. You want my Discord as well? Go to my name. That should work. I don't even know if I have a link in my bio anymore. You'll have to go look up J Minx. I am J Minx. Or just DM. You could DM me and I can get a link to you for our Discord. Is there news out on what? I don't see any news. Feds, Miran's been talking. Target cuts 500 jobs in distribution centers. Yeah, I have a squawker live in my ear, and they're barely saying anything. There's not much happening today. Cameron, thanks for being here. Casey's Discord, look, I know that I personally am in a Discord and benefit from a Discord. If you are a futures-focused trader and you're really trying to learn futures, then I would recommend mine. But if you're just learning trading in general, Casey does all of it. He's got he's really good at teaching. I would love to teach more. I just don't have the time. I try to teach as much as I can here on stream, but I don't have the time to like deep dive in with a community like KC's built up over there. Instead, I just go hang out with KC's community, right? I just go in there. I get tagged, and if you're in KC's Discord, you can tag me anytime. I'm happy to come in there and give my perspective on something. Me and KC usually have the same thoughts on a lot of stuff, which works out pretty nicely. But appreciate you all being here. Gross. Get out of my chat with this. Gross.
Decimal tried again. There was Discord for whatever reason. I don't know if they did an update recently, but I had to go back in the server settings and type it in again. So that Discord link that I put in the chat, it should work now.
Are we in power hour? This is the slowest power hour we've seen
for the last 20 minutes. We have been.
I just realized what time of day it was.
We just hit the toilet bowl lid that I put on the chart after they stopped.
Or you had a short. You had a short. I mean, I think maybe 360. If not, I mean, if you really start selling, maybe you get down to VWAP on SPY and Qs. I don't think you're going to get there on futures. It's way too far. Unless, I mean, if a headline comes out, anything can happen, right? But that would be a pretty big sell-off.
I was short at 412 and then covered at the 21. The bounce stopped me out because it went to 413 or 414. And now they just took it back down to the 80s.
I mean, you come down another 40 points or so, it takes you to the daily 9. That would be NDX, like NASDAQ, QQQ closing right at the daily 9. Comes down about 40 points on NQ. Maybe hit this outer VWAP band. 360.
It could be a long right here potentially.
Could get bought up like right here though. If I look,
right
I look at ES.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, is silver squeezing right now? I don't know about squeezing, but it is moving up. It is in a gap. So you had this gap down the other day from this New York session to this one. So we're working on filling a gap. We stopped at like half gap yesterday, or Friday, I should say, overnight. KC, do you run algo bots? I think a lot of those questions you can ask over there. KC does have some algo like indicators and stuff.
I was gonna say,
different little things.
What do you mean? What's exactly an algo?
What is an algo bot?
I have algos and I have bots, but algo bot? Ooh, I don't know about that. All right, there's your toilet bowl. On the
Just rejecting the
Qs.
same thing.
Oh, all right. It just hit the bottom of the bowl.
Oh. All right, Nate. Appreciate you coming through. We'll see you guys. I'll be live tomorrow, first thing in the morning. The rest of the crew will be joining later in the lunch to afternoon. Got somebody else interested here, Casey, since the market's slow. My kids are about to... What's going on?
The two services. Well, there's a lot of different things within the store. You're going to have Casey Trades Premium Discord access. You're going to have Casey Trades MMK algo and indicators, and then full access top tier. Essentially, Premium Discord access exactly what it is. It is access to my Premium Discord where I live trade, live teach, share all my charts, trades, myself, all the other analysts. That's it. MMK Algo and Indicators is a group of trading algos and indicators for TradingView. The full access is that bundle of those two things, Premium Discord and the MMK Algo and Indicators on TradingView. That's what the full access is. It's a bundle of those two. Then I have the KC Algo, and then I have the Mastermind class. We are breaking right here on Qs. Oh.
I'm assuming you drew a toilet bowl down here on SPY.
I only put it on the QQQ chart. I'll send it to you.
Somebody was asking there.
Now, I mean, if we want to get crazy, let me put the death emoji down here because that could be.
A couple people like an Apple here into the close. Is it still? I mean, it's back to safety a little bit.
Some calls just came in, some big calls on 300s for April.
The daily doesn't look great though.
No.
I mean, there's support here where it held today, but that's the reversal daily setup. That's you wick to 276 tomorrow, and you short this thing back down to 270.
Palantir put in a 15-minute reversal. It's playing out to the downside right now. Looks pretty good. Microsoft hit about 415.
Internals still pretty strong. Dude, Vol EQ has been strong all day, but it's like super wicky today. Look at that.
Gosh, why they do me like that? I
can't really do anything here. Dude, our kids are trying to talk to each other, I think, at this point. Yeah, so the Vol EQ is just still strong buying. So that tells me I don't want to try to fade this trend, even though the price can fade. You can get price, profit taking or whatever. If anything, I would probably look for QQQ or NQ to bounce right here. I bet you get a little reaction right here.
Yeah.
And then and then this is the same area. Where's SPX? 6970, 6969.69. There you go. It's crazy. I looked over and saw that on my other screen.
69.
I've got a question where we can see this contracts caller put. So like a lot of the trades on here, Casey does a lot of options and stuff, but he calls them out loud. He tells you like what strike and what price he's getting in at. He's also transparently alerting it in his Discord, of course, over there. I'm mostly trading futures, and when I take a position, I usually put it on my screen unless things are just super volatile and moving fast. But we try to say it out loud, at least, so and then we call out trims. Stop outs is very important. We call out stop outs on here. We don't do the fake trading like you've probably seen in some stuff.
This does not look good. They're pulling this thing. Damn! They're about to hit the death emoji on the chart that I just sent in a group chat.
I saw it.
I did. I did post the live trade recording of me trading this morning on the Wolf Trading channel. If you guys want to check that out.
Whoa, this is wick on the video just now. It's not a real.
I gotta get a clip event too from this morning, killing it. I gotta get that.
Bro, I sniped that low.
You murdered it.
I think I sent a screenshot out here.
B Music, what's up, baby?
Here's the
Happy Money Monday. Look at those entries, bro.
This is right there.
Those entries are beautiful.
And then here's a bad thing is I was like, I took profit at the gap fill because that was my trade. And then I was up so much from last night, and from that trade, I was like, I wanted a long 180 and hold it for this, but
how many points did you get on that? 160?
Didn't happen. This was 100 points first trim, 160 full exit. $2,500. It's right there.
I don't have that wick on the video on my trading view, but a lot of people are talking about it, apparently.
Wiki.
It completely screwed up a few of my indicators because the way that they look on my chart, that doesn't seem right, but I don't have a crazy candle or wick.
Here it is. Look at that.
What time? Oh, yeah. Yeah, my moving averages right now are completely screwed up on my NVIDIA chart, but I don't have a crazy candle.
Oh, it just showed up on Webull too. That's crazy. It was like delayed.
Yeah, that's... Let me check Webull. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop, baby. Oh, yeah. NVIDIA, or NVIDIA on Webull. 198.73. Damn. Oh, we're hitting the death emoji. We're hitting the death emoji.
Death. Finish him.
We are. Mortal Kombat.
Mortal.
Now it's like, do I try a long right down here?
Michael, I wouldn't touch PayPal with your money. Casey could give me that
I love how you
10,000 he
said
owes
I
me, and I
wouldn't
wouldn't
touch it
touch
with your money.
I mean, I wouldn't even put like free money into PayPal. And here's the thing, PayPal is like a service. I use it. I like it. I have no issues with it.
Don't you
Did you
know
show him what
pump
happened
it
to your
up.
car?
Got to pump it up. Don't you
So they
know
probably left some
pump it up.
PayPal shares in there. I didn't even really check.
Yeah.
I'm not longing anything that looks like this in a raging bull market.
It's insane.
I don't know what you want me to say.
IWM coming down. Oh.
What's Ezra?
Ezra. Whoa.
You're calling out a short squeeze on a 15-cent stock?
Dude, I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm done.
2 million market. What are we doing? I have not looked at AMD today.
IWM looking heavy.
AMD hasn't finished the gap fill that I wanted it. It's back testing. I want to see AMD in the 185 area before I think about AMD again.
I long
Anything
55 at the stop under the candle.
Anything this is a back test rejection on AMD coming up. If it reclaims reclaims above this and does this, that would be more interesting to me. But that chart looks like a double top kind of exit.
Man,
It kind of has the Batman. Is this got the Batman? This has kind of got the Batman.
Looks kind of like a Batman.
We may be down here if things turn south.
Oh, covering. Hey, come on, give me 70.
I won't be surprised to see this. Won't be surprised if it holds here.
Yeah, I covered.
You could roll, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it hold.
Will, those SPX puts from earlier for the short that he bought at 110, he said he sold them for 525. Yeah, Will.
Trump and Xi meeting first week of April.
Any big movers going into the close right now?
Trump and President Xi of China first week of April is their setting. Their summit is what they just set.
What's the daily closing?
30-minute trade says I am Batman.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Ooh, 30-minute on SPY did print a reversal at that high. That was...
Oh, just at the bottom of the toilet that I just threw on here for no reason.
All right, I'm out the other. No position. I'm flat.
Yeah. What was the other
points, and then they slam back down. IWM and RTY is looking a little bit heavier right here.
So this one's more interesting to me because it's holding these lows from way back here, And this is in that like electrification grid type of thing. And I've heard good things about the sector and this stock participating in a lot of it. This one, you have this price action here and you like wick below it and you're trying to reclaim. If this one gets back up here, then that could easily traverse.
Oh. What do we think? Is this another little quick long scalp?
Do you have a
That
do you have a lifetime membership?
Me? Yeah.
Okay.
I do indeed. Whenever you go on WAP, whenever you click on whatever you are looking at for products in people's stores, like for mine, right? If you click on Premium Discord Access, that product, and then it says 7-day free trial, and then it shows like how much it is for a monthly, there should be a thing on WAP that says, for me, I think it's +4 options or 4+ options. It'll show like a monthly, a 3-month, a 6-month, an annual plan, or a lifetime thing. You can just click that button. It'll show you all the different ones on there. I kind of want to hit this long, but I'm scared. Emp told me to grow long. 4 NQs right here.
I did not say that. I just think you're flipping a coin either way. Like this thing could stop at any point.
I think we might come a little bit lower. Q's definitely looks the heaviest. Spy's almost at the level. It's about to hit it now. There's the bottom teeth on the death emoji.
Roll over. Rolling over. Nice trade, Billy. I could make equal arguments. Like the more this comes down, you
The worst
come down to like 200, then maybe.
Yeah, but like this is like off the top, like it's late in the day. I don't know if it comes back from here. It's just maybe it will. I don't know.
I mean, it just pops right back up to these EMAs.
I did try to buy some SPX 965s at $1.05, and I missed it, and it's at $5.90. Tried to buy 4 of them. Oof. I missed the offer. I didn't chase. I should have chased it.
If I didn't have such a big day, probably would have been looking to scalp this short a little bit, but I would have already been out. The real question is, what do we do next?
We'll let the market tell us. It will tell us this evening sometime. Maybe.
I'm trying to figure out where I would even dip by this thing tonight. I mean, definitely if it got... Either aggressively you buy 300, 290s. 220 would be better. I think I like 220.
Dang, I should have hit the 4 big ones for the long like M told me to. It is bounce.
I just don't have much faith that it's just going to roll over on a trend day. It's hard to guess where that's going to be. Either we go higher from here and you short it back down, or you wait and you dip by like 220s tonight. That's pretty much what 220s and 500 are kind of the two sides I would look at Short the top of that. long the bottom of it.
Damn. Oh, the good bounce. Right off. The same spot where I longed it earlier after that stupid.
You can break up. We're going way higher. Turn some Creed on. Can you take me higher? Dude, I saw the guy. What's the guy that the 3 doors down?
Yeah, he died.
I saw he died from like cancer
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, he announced cancer. He said, I think it said May of 2025. He had stage 4 liver cancer, if I believe.
Look at that, bounce right back to the EMAs. I feel like I just said that was the most likely.
That was the same exact long that I did earlier when that stupid short came in. That's the only reason why I was looking to do it again there. But
Ooh, Billy getting
cues.
frothy over here, taking another short.
That back test right there could be
Back
it.
test of the 9. Yeah,
Yeah.
not a bad setup. If you think it's really going to roll over, I don't know. 2 up days in a row. Maybe you get some profit taking here. What are you looking to do with Tesla there, Leonard? Mr. Leonard? Reshorting Tesla right here. That's a tough one. Over 420, it's back to like 428, 430. Under 420, 417. Back to 415. Get a nice move either way. This looks like a pretty good little bounce. I think the hardest thing, Frankie's here. He's right here on screen. The hardest thing is when you get moves like we just had in the market, where you get big moves down and then big bounces back. Like, to me, you're in very coin flip territory of trying to decide what's going to come next in the bigger picture of things. Now, like intraday, obviously, like if you're trading, 5-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute moves, then it's a little bit easier in the shorter term. But like the bigger picture, to me, from where we finished today, is not as clear as it was the last few days. Coinbase reports later this week. Otherwise, look. Shout out to Leverage Shares. Paul was on here earlier. COIG is the play if you want to play Coinbase here, I think, or Leaps. That's just my take. But if crypto is going to make another leg down, I think it's going to be a little while because of the move it just made. But that's the tough part you're playing right now. I remember I drew this box on the chart this morning. I said it's short under here and it's long over here. And the survey said it was a long today. We never got underneath. Do you like AMK? I don't like anything in earnings. I'm not an earnings trader. If anything, it's a 2x leverage type of thing if I ever approach earnings. But I usually just look for like an overreaction on earnings to dip by. Vast, that's actually a good point. Maybe I can make some money on that. But like I just don't know what it's going to be like on a stock like Amcor.
Yeah.
But I do like Amcor. Nvidia goes up, Tesla goes down. Is how it usually plays out, Peter. Tesla just does its own thing.
Coin 185 calls, February 13. Urgent repeated orders coming in.
Ooh, a little coin flow ahead of earnings. It's interesting.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Cam's going SPX. I thought about it. And when Frank mentioned it, I thought about the 70s, 970s or 975s.
A lot of smaller orders, but up to $1 million today on those ones.
Hey, look at this 15-minute doji right here. As soon as it like started to look bad, trend day got bought right back up so far.
Long SPX 70s.
What are those 70s right now? 240? 230? Guess you don't like sharing the spotlight. I like that. Peter, yeah, I mean, metals, good day out of the metals, right? Especially those miners are high beta. We're having a chat on that tonight. If you guys want to tune in, we're doing our stock picks for the week show. And then on the back of stock picks for the week, we're going to talk with Peter again about gold miners, precious metals, all that stuff. If you want some updated thoughts. For us, I will go to the daily 9. If we could drop to that daily 9. 254. 254. That's exactly where we just bounced off of, right at the daily 9. Whew. What a day.
Good day.
MOC and
Good start to the week.
Yeah, I think this is going right back up. Trend day. It pains me to say that, but
Yeah, I got stops at break even and bought 4, sold 2.
there you go.
When does Coin report their earnings?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Thirsty Thursday. Let's see.
3 minutes. We got some. Come on, rip it. Rip them up.
Microsoft's still curling. Tesla's just stuck there. Meta and Google, nothing.
Go to 275. Go to 980. Up another 10 points. Come on. Back to 980. 975. Nope. Not yet.
Got MOC in
2 minutes.
minute and a half.
SPY looks like it wants to go up on the 5 minutes, on the 30 minute. Come on, rip it, rip it. High day, come on. I'd like to see it back to 975. I'll take that.
Billy. This is why I love trading. People in the chat want to rip higher. And here I am, Michael Burry. That's funny.
30 seconds.
Ten seconds. There we go.
Nope.
Open door is a huge sell. Wow. I see Hims buy side, Rivian buy side. I see no big names on here at all. Not a
Rivian's trying to
single.
bait me again.
Not a single mega cap stock on there. I bet the imbalances are tiny.
Come on. Bounce a little. Come on.
It's just bouncing so slow, Frank.
Yeah.
If it hits 73, you get that market exit.
I got a stop limit in
Here
at
you go.
165. I'm long at 150. Just need this.
MOC stands for market on close. So all the big orders, they have to put those in ahead of time, and then they pair them all off. And so they all start getting,
NQX better. Come on, NQ. Come on, Spy.
they start pairing them off here at the last second.
Rip it. Go to $5, $4. $3.85, $3.90.
Oh, what was it?
There we
It
go.
was.
There we go. There goes.
It was
NQ.
small sell side on S&P. Ooh, big pop. Big pop.
Pop, 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 pop.
Here's your 5-minute 21 on SPY. Come on.
I like being I like when price plays out how I figured it would, even if I didn't have a trade on.
Go. Rip it
Good
higher
middle
for
reps.
them. Into the close. Go.
The Nasdaq was buy side by a tiny amount. The S&P was actually overall sell side, but it was pretty small, minus 1.2. Shout out Bobby Don.
Oh my God! Look, I need it stopped out. Oh,
Boo. Come on, SPY.
boo, boo.
Do something fun into the close. Let's go.
What did those SPXs go to?
They're gonna stop me out, and then they're gonna bounce it. They went to 3,
Yeah, that's what they're at, like what, 2 something right now?
225.
230, 235, 240.
Come on, rip it.
Well, that's what I was saying. If you hit 73, we get to like 72, 71. It's probably
Stopped.
probably all it's gonna do. You might get a flip over 2 minutes.
Stopped. I'm stopped. All right, that's it. No big deal.
Ooh, a little liquidity
Ooh.
grab.
Oh, I might flip this thing. Hold on.
You gonna put your thing down, flipping and reverse it?
Yeah. What are you doing off this 21? What you doing?
Gotta take that profit. They're probably gonna close it right here on the daily 9. Right here, like 250s on NDX. So like 340 on NQ. Let's go, Billy. Billy just out here just sniping back and forth.
Let's go, Billy.
Oh! Oh!
There you go, Billy.
Yes! I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Oh, no.
This is where I think it's going to close right here.
Alright. That was fun. I'm done. Oh, we got 5 more minutes. Hold on. As Sim would say, we have plenty of time. Tessie giving up a little bit. Microsoft back near the highs. They're just going to close SPY near 695 and Q's at 615. That's no fun.
Something with OpenAI and OMC is the ticker that I'm hearing for that advertisement stuff they're launching.
God, Tessie.
Tessie rolling into the close. Exxon popping. Basically, if the name was down a little bit today, it's getting bought. And if it was up today, it's getting sold.
IWM looks like it's about to sell off a little bit lower if it breaks this. All three of them are in 15-minute squeezes right now going into the close. SPY, Qs, and IWM. And they're all IWM 15-minute 21 right here. Same for Q, same for SPY. So they all have 15-minute squeezes right now, and they all just hit 15-minute 21 for the first time today.
Right here, daily 9. Right here.
Well,
right here. Daily 9.
RTY.
Tommy said either go higher or lower. Sideways. Sideways. Go to the right.
Pull up, skirt sideways.
Reminder, if you're new, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications. It'll tell you every time we're live, but we are live basically from market open to market close every day on this channel. Also, if you trade prop firms, code WOLF gets you the best discount. Unless you're at Apex and use WolfX. Long Bitcoin? Long, the corn? Is the corn a long?
The corn? We got 2 minutes left.
I'm still sitting right here. The nice thing about that best time is you can just hold it. You don't have to close it. And there she goes. She's pushing. Up, down, up, down, up, down, chop, chop. Hopefully, hopefully it's clear why I didn't take any trades this afternoon. Didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Really, we haven't gone anywhere since 11:30.
Yup.
Since Paul came on here, we didn't go anywhere. And, we went up and down a little bit, but
I went long between 950, 955 this morning on SPY and Palantir, and then was done at noon. We haven't done anything since then. Just been chilling.
went long in the first 5-minute candle of the day.
I wanted to chase it. I was like, I'm waiting for a pullback. The second that red candle came in at 950 on SPY, I bought it right above 690. Ooh, a little ruggy there.
There's the close. Look where we closed. Did I say the daily 9?
Dude, did we close on that QQQ level? No way.
Hold on, let me hide drawings.
Dude, we did.
Here's your daily 9. We closed right on top of it. Look at QQQ.
Ha!
Daily 9 is at 0.33.
Wow.
It was a 0.51.
Right on there.
If only somebody told you guys that 4, 5, 6 hours ago.
Right. And you remember the QQQ chart with the death emoji that's down there?
Yeah.
We closed directly on that yellow line at the death emoji. It held. We just sat right on it.
Yeah.
So we got a little move
Banger
down.
day.
No big death, but she was starting
What
to
a
see
good
the
day.
light, but they held her up.
Oh. All right, team.
No News Monday. Check.
Oh.
What a great day. Shout out to the crew. Shout out to the crew. Make sure you guys are liking and subscribing if you haven't yet. It was a good day. We're gonna do this the rest of the week, baby. We're gonna kill it. We got some data to watch out for though. All the rest of the days of the week. So make sure you're looking at your economic calendar. Retail sales tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And we'll see how that goes. Rest of the week, we got NFP Wednesday, unemployment Thursday, CPI Friday. Get excited, y'all. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, retail sales tomorrow morning before the open. Could be very
Boy.
interesting.
We'll see. Well,
All right.
we're going to wrap it up, but love y'all. We'll see you guys bright and early in the morning for some more trading. Peace out.
Later, guys.
Later.